Okay, what's going on? I'm not hearing anything. I'm not seeing anybody.
Sounds again.
Yeah.
It's your next door neighbor.
Yeah. You're pretty good. You don't make a lot of noise.
Thank you.
Sorry to do this remotely, but I'm still recovering from my back surgery, and a cross-country flight was not recommended.
Mr. Chairman, we're ready to start whenever you are.
Okay, thanks, Kathy. All right. I don't have a gavel here. Here we go. The committee will come to order. I ask the consent that the chair be authorized to declare a recess anytime during today's hearing without objection. So ordered. As a reminder, please keep your microphone muted unless speaking. Should I hear background noise, I will yell at you and tell you to mute. To insert a document in the record, please email it to documentci@mail.house.gov. With that, I recognize myself for my opening statement. Supply chain challenges stemming from new freight shipment patterns in the world impacted by COVID-19 continue to hamper business and consumers. Americans are buying more items from overseas instead of spending money on vacations, events, and other things regarding services. So no one knows whether these are temporary or permanent changes as we dig out from under the pandemic. Now, some will try to blame the Biden administration for these woes, but let's remember, nearly every part of the supply chain is dominated by private businesses. Shipping conglomerates, marine terminal operators, rail, trucking, warehouse operators, or non-federal entities, ports. Private businesses are enjoying robust profits across the freight sector. They're responsible for their business decisions on whether to pursue capital and labor investments needed to accommodate freight demand. That's why I'm eager to hear from today's witnesses on what they are doing to overcome the freight choke points we've been experiencing for months. We held a hearing in the Coast Guard Maritime Transportation Subcommittee in June on this issue, but the freight challenges remain and are projected to continue until next year. At the same time as these challenges persist, the freight industries, ocean carriers, railroads, marine terminal operators, trucking companies, et cetera, continued to earn robust profits. In 2020, more than $800 billion collectively. So congestion apparently is not bad for the bottom line, just bad for the American consumer in terms of availability and price inflation. You know, I've served on this committee 35 years, pretty much evenly split between the majority and the minority. During those years, for the most part, this committee has searched for resolution of real problems, not politically driven, opportunistic finger pointing. Yes, America has a crisis in its supply chain, delaying delivery of needed materials for manufacturing and driving up the cost of consumer goods. The solutions are, for the most part, not simple nor short-term. It will require real work, federal investment, policy changes, and hopefully bipartisan cooperation by this committee and others of jurisdiction. I call the problem the 3 Ds: dependence, driven by Wall Street and decades of so-called free trade policy at the behest of corporate profits to escape environmental laws, regulation, labor rights, and other things. We have become incredibly dependent upon goods and materials and supplies from overseas. And then 2, disinvestment. Again, driven by Wall Street and corporate executives, oriented towards short-term profits. Think Hunter Harrison, so-called precision scheduled railroading, a disaster for shippers, but great for the bottom line. Oh, it also impinges on safety, but otherwise it's a great idea. And also disinvestment has been driven by mindless opposition to needed critical federal investment in our transportation sectors. All of the above weakens the United States' capability to meet critical needs in a time of crisis. N95s, anybody? And then 3, deregulation, leading to massive mergers, lack of real competition across many sectors of the economy, leading to oligopolistic practices in supply and pricing. The Federal Maritime Commission snoozed while there were massive foreign-dominated mergers in ocean freight. The Federal Railroad Administration stood by as freight service and safety deteriorated under so-called precision scheduled railroading. Since April 20th, consumer goods consumption is up from April 20 to now, 32%. That's 15% more than pre-pandemic levels. Last month, we ran a $100 billion trade deficit, $100 billion of trade deficit because of our dependence on imports. Ocean shipping costs up 500% in 12 months. The West Coast is inundated with foreign imports. Disinvestment in port infrastructure by the federal government, lack of investment in our highways and bridges, congestion caused by that, no truck parking. The list goes on because of federal neglect and the reluctance to make needed federal investments. Now, we'll hear a lot about the shortage of truck drivers. For years, I've talked about detention time. You get to the warehouse and they're saying, oh, why don't you go get in that line over there? 5 hours later, 6 hours later, maybe you've gotten unloaded. Maybe you're out of duty time now. That's your tough luck. It's no skin off their back. Doesn't cost them anything to make you sit there. In the old days, it did. If they made you sit for hours on end, they had to pay you. But right now, this is what you would call an external diseconomy. They put the costs on the truck drivers. And I've been trying to pursue this issue for quite some time. We're getting some interesting statistics about this. The DOT Inspector General says that truck drivers lost between $1 and $1.3 billion in earnings because of detention time. We'll hear from Dr. Cornell, who says that on 11 hours driving long haul, the average truck driver drives 6.5. That's a pretty damn inefficient system. If we could make the system efficient, if we could put consequences on those places where truck drivers have to unload, and we'll hear more about that from Dr. Cornell, that would solve a lot of the problems. Similarly, J.B. Hunt, Senior Vice President, Corporate Safety, Security, and Driver Personnel, Greer Woodruff said, driver issue comes down to relative supply and demand. I happen to believe we have plenty of drivers. We don't use them very well. When asked how could it be more efficient, he said, expedite loading and unloading times, allow drop and hook, flexible appointment times that allow for efficient transit and rest time, working with shippers to accommodate on-site parking and providing consistency in loads and lanes, all of which would squeeze more time out of a driver and add capacity to the market. So, the president has tried to jawbone the private sector, and that would include labor, the ports, the marine terminal operators, and others who are involved in this, but ultimately, they are independent decision makers. He has also, just Monday, signed the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, $17 billion for long overdue investment in our ports. And that, along with the money that we finally freed up last year, the Harbor Maintenance Trust Fund, will begin to deal with the issues of access to our ports and more throughput through our ports. That bill also includes tens of billions of dollars in bridges, choke points, highways, that will, again, mitigate congestion and make drivers be able to work more efficiently. Hopefully, this hearing will move beyond political partisan talking points and begin to identify and work on real solutions, real long-term solutions. With that, I would recognize Ranking Member Graves.
Thank you, and I want to thank our witnesses for testifying today. And I am very interested to hear what members of the panel have to say about the bottlenecks in our nation's supply chain, because it is truly a crisis. Thanksgiving stands to be the most expensive ever, and if you're not getting ahead of your holiday shopping now, you're likely going to find limited options the closer that we get to Christmas. The general public, quite frankly, is extremely concerned by this. And every person that's going to be testifying today represents essential workers who are feeling the impacts of this crisis firsthand. The companies and workers that you represent kept our economy running during COVID-19, during the pandemic, and we all appreciate that work and it's ongoing. But the pandemic made us recognize that an efficient supply chain could benefit from increased redundancies and capacities. There isn't one simple solution, and that's a fact. As the chairman pointed out, this is a very complex problem, and there are many factors that contribute to the high cost of moving goods throughout the nation's supply chain. But having said that, the policies of the president and the speaker and Leader Schumer that they are pursuing are not only missing the mark, but they're making matters worse. The radical agenda that they continue to pursue through budget reconciliation and administrative actions, it increases energy and transportation costs, it discourages work, and it drives up already skyrocketing inflation. And all of this is exasperating the problem. It's not fixing it. For example, the president's press conference on October 13th demonstrated both a lack of understanding of this complex issue and the fact that his administration has no real plan to solve it. I was personally offended by his call for the private sector to step up while his administration does very little but compound the problem, specifically calling out terminal operators in railways and trucking companies, shippers, and other retailers. Your companies and workers are not here to provide cover to bail out the administration's bad policies. The 100 container ships sitting outside the ports of Los Angeles and Long Beach, they aren't just magically going to go away. And I also think we need to hear from those folks who aren't here today, most notably the users of the system, importers, the exporters, retail, agriculture, and the administration officials that oversee it, including the newly announced infrastructure czar. Republican members, we've already heard from many groups and individuals who want to share their ideas on how to improve this situation. In fact, just 2 weeks ago, we convened a roundtable hearing to hear what issues that the stakeholders themselves are facing. So I look forward to hearing from today's witnesses on their ideas, even if it's highlighting how this administration can simply do no harm, or in this case, do no more harm. Do no more harm to our supply chain by straining the workforce through application of a vaccine mandate. Do no more harm to our supply chain by turning a blind eye to state and local regulations that are interfering with interstate commerce. Do no more harm to our supply chain by encouraging regulations that upend the independent contracting model that so many in our supply chain work through. Do no more harm by pushing environmental regulations that stop warehouses from being built or goods being moved by truck. And do no more harm to our supply chain by pushing policies that disincentivize work and vocational jobs. So I do look forward to hearing from our panelists today, and with that I yield back the balance.
I wish that who's ever in charge wouldn't mute me. I can mute myself when necessary. Thank you. I think I'm back on. I don't see my video. Hold on there. Because then when you mute me, I have trouble getting my video back on. Video will not go on there. Okay, again, who's ever in charge, please don't mute me. I can mute myself. Thank you. I'd now like to welcome the witnesses on our panel. Mario Cordero, Executive Director, Port of Long Beach, on behalf of the American Association of Port Authorities. Chris Spear, President, Executive Officer, Chief Executive Officer, American Trucking Association. Ian Jeffries, President, Chief Executive Officer, Association of American Railroads. Ann Reinke, President, Chief Executive Officer, Transportation Intermediary Association. David Carell, Lecturer, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, Center for Transportation Logistics, and Greg Reagan, President, Transportation Trades Department, AFL-CIO. Thanks to all of you for taking the time to join us today. We look forward to your testimony. Without objection, our witnesses' full statements will be included in the record. And since your written testimony is made part of the record, committee asks that you limit your oral testimony to 5 minutes. And if possible, don't just read something, but actually maybe react to other panelists or something I said or Mr. Graves said, if you'd like. So I would now recognize Representative Lowenthal for a short introduction of Mr. Cordero.
Thank you, Chairman DeFazio. I'm honored to introduce my friend, Mario Cordero, who is recognized as an international maritime industry leader. Mario is the Executive Director of the Port of Long Beach, which is located in my district, and he's held this position since 2017. I've had the privilege of working with Mario to make sure that the Port of Long Beach is a clean, efficient, and dynamic fixture of our community since he first joined the Board of Harbor Commissioners in Long Beach in 2003. I'd like to also just point out that President Obama appointed Mario to the Federal Maritime Commission in 2011, and he was appointed as the chair of the commission from 2013 to 2017. There are few people more qualified to speak on port issues, and I look forward to his full testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I yield back.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Representative Lowenthal. And with that, I would now recognize Mario Cordero for 5 minutes.
Good morning, Chairman DeFazio, Ranking Member Graves, and members of the committee. My name is Mario Cordero. I'm the Executive Director of the Port of Long Beach and Chairman of the Board of the American Association of Port Authorities, a unified voice for the seaport industry in the Americas. I would like to thank the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure for holding this hearing and soliciting input from stakeholders in the supply chain regarding the challenges we face and the critical investments needed. I'm speaking to you today on behalf of AAPA and in my role as Executive Director of the Port of Long Beach, but also as a stakeholder in the White House Supply Chain Disruption Task Force. Before I begin, I would like to first acknowledge the work of the committee in crafting and passing the Bipartisan Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act by infusing an unprecedented $17 billion to improve infrastructure. We can take real action to make our supply chain resilient. AAPA represents 130 public port authorities in the United States, Canada, Caribbean, and Latin America. For more than a century, the AAPA membership has empowered port authorities and their maritime industry partners to serve global customers and create economic and social value for their communities. As the second busiest container seaport in the United States, the Port of Long Beach handles trade valued at more than $200 billion annually and supports 2.6 million jobs across the nation. Together with the Port of Los Angeles, the San Pedro Bay Port Complex moves more than 40% of our nation's waterborne goods, making the nation's largest and most strategic port complex. The port has been at the forefront of seeking a framework for extending hours of operation in supply chain, with the goal of 24/7, a framework I first referenced back in 2018 in recognition of the then cargo forecast at that time. Transitioning to 24/7 operation will not only address supply chain backlogs, but will also reduce truck congestion, move goods quicker through the complex. Essentially, it's not only good for the environment, but it does reduce costs throughout the supply chain. Our international longshore and warehouse union partners and essential workforce have kept the cargo moving as the entire supply chain workforce. The supply chain workers are to be commended for their tireless work to keep America moving. While the ships anchored off the coast of Long Beach and Los Angeles have garnered attention, U.S. ports are not the only ones facing congestion. In October, there were 180 container vessels anchored and waiting to the dock off the docks of the coast of China. Shipping is a global industry, with the onset of the pandemic causing major disruption in shipping and manufacturing, from which the global economy is still in a recovery mode. With the backing of the Biden administration, we are working with marine terminal operators to expand their hours of operation. When I met with President Biden in the White House in October, I learned that he too held a vision of 24/7 supply chain. I was very encouraged to hear his support for this bold concept. The Port of Long Beach and Los Angeles are not the only ports addressing backlogs. The Georgia Ports Authority recently announced that they would convert 5 existing inland facilities into container yards to ease congestion. This project is possible thanks to the cooperation with the White House and the Department of Transportation, who announced that ports would be able to repurpose unspent grant funds past projects to supply chain congestion. The Georgia Ports Authority will spend $8 million from past grants for this project, and it is my hope that other ports will be able to take advantage of this opportunity as well. I'm hopeful that 24/7 operations will help mitigate the current surge, setting a framework for how we do things differently in the future. The St. Peter Bay complex is on track to move 20 million TEUs containers this year. According to the current forecast, this number will only increase in the coming years, thus requiring transformational change in the nation's most important supply chain region. We need to build for the future. Federal attention must not stop when the number of vessels at Anchorage does return to zero. We must make U.S. ports a national priority. For the decade spanning 2018 through 2028, the AEP identified $20 billion in multimodal and rail access needs for U.S. ports. The Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, along with the accompanied Surface Transportation Reauthorization, takes significant steps towards making up on this gap. The set aside of $5 billion for multimodal projects within the supplemental funding of the RAISE program will direct much needed funds towards the kind of projects that get cargo moving more efficiently. I will note to the committee that the maritime ports create $5.4 trillion in economic activity annually, representing 26% of our nation's GDP. I want to thank the U.S. Transportation Secretary Buttigieg for working closely with the California State Transportation Secretary David Kim to prioritize federal funding for projects that will help alleviate freight bottlenecks in the country's largest port complex. U.S. ports welcome the opportunity to pursue federal funds for emission reduction and clean energy projects authorized by the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. The ports would benefit from the funding to address climate change and energy resiliency and the Build Back Better Act, and urges Congress to advance that legislation. I applaud Congress for including that the legislation of $3.5 billion for new grant programs to invest in electric equipment at the ports, and these investments will help ports move cargo faster, improving the health of port communities. The Port of Long Beach and AEPA appreciates the support of this committee, Congress, and the administration for working with all the stakeholders to create a more resilient supply chain. The U.S. maritime industry will continue to evolve and adapt for more efficient and a greener tomorrow. Thank you so much, committee, and I welcome your questions in this hearing. And again, I appreciate your engagement in this very important subject matter.
Thank you, Mr. Cordero. Now on to Mr. Spear, the American Trucking Association.
Chairman DeFazio, Ranking Member Graves, and members of this committee, good morning. Our nation's supply chain is made up of a complex series of contributing factors, including modes and intermodal connectors, sourcing, talent pools, governed by several jurisdictions of laws and regulations. Most recently, we witnessed a chronic slow return to work across all segments of the economy, trucking included, compounded by the growing backlog of ships at ports, container displacement, chassis and yard shortages, chip and sensor shortages, trade and tariffs, immigration and cross-border enforcement, the Colonial Pipeline hack, the Suez Canal blockage, decaying infrastructure, an increasing number of natural disasters, all topped off with a global pandemic. This is the 25th time ATA has testified on these factors in the last 5 years. Again, it's in my written testimony, so let me just zero in on 2 supply chain factors that remain ATA front burner priorities. First is infrastructure. This issue has been and remains a tier 1 priority for our members and industry. It's always been about what's best for the country. This is about real people getting the job done when it matters most, and this pandemic has been no exception. For trucking, that's nearly 8 million people, 1 in 18 jobs in America, where a truck driver is the top job in 29 states. Roads and bridges aren't political theater. They're our shop floor. That's what we've been telling Congress for the last 5 years. So it shouldn't surprise anyone on this committee as to why we supported this bipartisan infrastructure bill and why we will remain very vocal about why it's the most important, historic, immediate, and impactful decision that directly addresses our nation's ailing supply chain. The Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act became law because a majority in Congress decided to put the country ahead of themselves. My members repeatedly asked, begged for this to happen. Here's why. Since the pandemic began, truckers continue to serve America, moving 72.5% of the nation's freight tonnage and serving more than 80% of US communities that exclusively rely on trucks. Milk, eggs, bread, fuel, PPE, test kits, and now the vaccine itself. So as you turn to oversight, it's going to be critical that discretionary monies address congestion at the top bottlenecks and intermodal connectors, of which 70% are state and local jurisdiction. And that funding be provided, as the chairman said, for truck parking, like in the House passed bill, which costs the average driver $5,500 in direct compensation annually. Second, the slow return to post-pandemic work. Matching talent with consumer demand has long been a headwind for our industry. Truckers entered COVID-19 short 61,500 drivers, now at 80,000 short as we exit the pandemic. These annually reported numbers are sound and accurate. They reflect what any one of you would experience waiting for service at a restaurant, standing in longer lines at a grocery store checkout, or even flying, and experiencing the added delays and cancellations, not from weather, but from airline crews unable to keep up with the surge in travel. Pay has increased substantially, especially in the most challenging sectors of our industry. Long-haul earnings, for instance, are up 24.3% since the beginning of 2019 and increasing at 5 times their historic average, which is nearly 10% year over year. Yet the shortage and the retention of talent remains, elevating other contributing factors, including lifestyle changes, more time with family, work flexibility choices that only independent contractors enjoy, time lost from severe congestion and detention time, and the added layers of mandates, including requiring our workforce to vaccinate for a job that has one of the lowest risk and exposure rates in the country. Apprenticeships that train younger talent to safely and responsibly operate this equipment will help, thanks to the language from the bipartisan Drive Safe Act included in the IIJA. But we need to do more. Urban hiring, including more minorities and women, more veterans, and exiting military personnel, harmonizing CDL testing requirements, and of course, taking care of our current workforce, including retirement incentives and stronger health and wellness programs. All things our industry is not just doing, but committed to doing better. Now, I recognize the divisive environment we all find ourselves. So let me close with this. Stop blaming everyone for the things you don't do. Start taking credit for the things you should do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentleman for his strong statement. Now to Mr. Jeffries, Ian Jeffries.
Chairman DeFazio, Ranking Member Graves, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to be here today representing America's freight railroads. While the past 2 years have been extremely challenging for all of us, I'm immensely proud of the continued resolve of railroads and their constant movement of goods and doing it in a safe manner throughout the pandemic. It is a testament to our employees' commitment and dedication and a result of sustained private investment, which has resulted in railroads having the highest rated infrastructure in the country, according to the American Society of Civil Engineers. Speaking of investment, our industry applauds the passage of the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, a historic down payment on the nation's future that will make critical investments and pay dividends for years to come. Railroads are especially appreciative of the $845 million per year for highway, rail, grade crossing safety and elimination projects, along with common sense improvements to the federal permitting process to increase timeliness and predictability for getting projects approved and money put to work. If I can leave you with one point today, though, it's this. The nation's railroads have been, are, and will continue to operate 24/7. Day and night, we are moving carload traffic, bulk freight, and intermodal containers throughout the country, collaborating with all of our supply chain partners to deliver the goods customers and communities rely on. Over the past year and a half, railroads have taken several steps to keep goods moving and maximize fluidity, particularly in intermodal terminals. These facilities were never intended to be used for storage, so it is a top priority to maintain fluidity and keep goods moving, not store them. For instance, railroads have rerouted traffic away from congested hubs, reopened dormant intermodal yards, and where possible, increased storage and capacity in existing yards to offload more containers. Railroads are also providing incentives to our trucking partners to use off-peak hours and weekend for pickups to maintain the flow of goods out of the yards. At the local level, railroads are bypassing constrained local truck movements by interchanging goods directly between railroads, shifting from rubber tire interchange to steel wheel interchange to alleviate crosstown drayage. On the employment side, while properly sourced for demand in some regions, railroads are also hiring across crafts in other markets where appropriate. In short, railroads are pulling multiple levers to maintain fluidity. In the first 6 months of 2021, railroads moved more intermodal containers than they had in any other 6-month period in their history. Even today, railroads have capacity and are open to taking on additional business, especially in the international intermodal space. Yet, as we know full well, today's supply chain challenges are multifaceted. Largely, this is the result of a fundamental shift that has occurred in the economy since the onset of the pandemic. While the services portion of the economy has substantially dropped off, the goods portion of the economy has dramatically increased. And beyond the unprecedented change in demand, well-documented labor shortages in critical segments of the supply chain, including trucking, warehousing, and other industries, a lack of available chassis, an extremely limited warehouse space, 3.6% vacancy rate in warehouses nationwide, has hampered the integrated supply chain and delayed on-time deliveries. Recent steps taken by partners in the supply chain, such as the mentioned shift to 24/7 operations at the ports of LA and Long Beach, and the activity at the Port of Savannah as well to increase throughput and capacity, are all encouraging steps. But I think it's clear there are no quick fixes, and we in the supply chain are all in this together until the challenge is met and overcome. From the policy perspective, lawmakers and regulators should be focused on how to safely maximize goods movement and meet demand today and into the future. This starts with encouraging innovation and deployment of safety and capacity enhancing technologies. We must make the most efficient use of the infrastructure we have while also expanding where possible. In the rail space, one example is automated track inspection, a data-driven technology that allows for more track to be inspected while keeping lines open. The result, a higher level of safety while no loss to fluidity. We should continue to look for innovative ideas like this to make the most of our infrastructure. Policymakers would also be wise to reject efforts to mandate forced access, or competitive switching as some call it, at the Surface Transportation Board, which would only add complexity and slow down goods movement. Thank you to the 90+ members of the House who wrote in opposition of this recently. The last thing we should be doing right now is knowingly enacting policies that will gum up the works and adversely affect fluidity. Now, in closing, while our nation is currently facing complex challenges, freight railroads will continue to work with our partners to keep goods moving today and into the future. Thank you for the efforts across the industries represented today, and thank you for the efforts of our employees throughout the pandemic. Without them, the economies, frankly, would not have continued to function. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Jeffries. A very succinct statement. Ms. Reinke.
Chairman DeFazio, Ranking Member Graves, and members of the House Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, thank you for inviting me to speak with you today regarding disruptions in the supply chain. My name is Ann Reinke. I'm the president and CEO of the Transportation Intermediaries Association, or TIA. I am honored to be here today to represent our more than 1,800 member companies. Our members act as the central connection between the shipper and the carrier, matching the shipper's freight with a carrier who will ultimately move the product regardless of mode. From our members' perspective, today's supply chain disruptions are the result of a perfect storm caused by a host of issues that have resulted in the gridlock we are experiencing. On the supply side, there are shortages in almost every link of the chain, from labor to equipment to warehousing space. And on the demand side, freight is moving about 11% higher than the already elevated normal, or more than 50% greater than the previous peak in 2005. Capacity simply cannot be added as fast to keep up. The chairman mentioned the 3Ds. I think the solution results in the 3Is: investment, innovation, and interaction among stakeholders in the supply chain. We think the government can incentivize investment in efficiency, and for industry, we think that they can prioritize forging relationships and deploying innovative technologies to amplify capacity. Supply chain stakeholders have been working for decades to increase its overall efficiency to meet public demands as e-commerce has proliferated. These just-in-time delivery efforts produced significant efficiencies and worked extremely well in a relatively stable economy. However, efficiencies can also result in a lack of slack in the system. When there is a significant event like a global pandemic that disrupts the normal flow of goods, those freight networks have little slack and therefore limited ability to adjust to market conditions. That is what we face today. There is no single silver bullet to cure all the supply chain challenges. However, there are several ways to help the movement of goods that could yield benefits over time. First, while we are in an unprecedented era, it's critical to understand that the market can and will adjust, but it does take time. One way to handle this is for shippers to rely more heavily on brokers, as they exist to provide more flexibility through their relationships and technology. Brokers can be capacity amplifiers. Second, wherever possible, infrastructure funding should support the supply chain. TIA applauds the Congress for the passage of the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act and the historic investment in our nation's transportation and infrastructure projects and needs. In the long term, the federal government can be a key partner in helping build a more resilient supply chain nationwide. Programs that support freight, ports, and congestion reduction like those in the IIJA will help to bolster safety and throughput and address our nation's congested roads and aging bridges. The private infrastructure investment of our world-class freight railroads should also continue to be incentivized to address the current surge in intermodal freight. As part of our investment, we must focus on innovation. TIA members are industry leaders in the technology space to keep up with ever-evolving and growing marketplace. These solutions include maximum freight visibility with real-time data, automation in the back-end office, and utilizing artificial intelligence. 3PLs are one segment of the supply chain, and we welcome additional data or technology efforts from other sectors. Third, the government can examine existing or pending regulations and determine whether they encourage productivity and access to workforce or deter both. The AB5 law and regulation and the California Air Resources Board regulations may be exacerbating the supply chain situation by narrowing the pool of available drivers, equipment, and companies. TIA is aware some of these laws in mind are not implemented yet, but the effects to capacity are already being felt by brokers and motor carriers. States should balance their priorities with the need to move freight safely and efficiently. That is why we are concerned about the PRO Act and its nationwide implications. In other words, the government can encourage or inhibit investment through its actions on grants and regulations. Finally, TIA continues to push for a motor carrier safety rating process that uses data rather than an outdated and under-resourced physical audit system. This antiquated system has led to the FMCSA rating only 10% of trucking companies, with the other 90% being unrated, compromising both safety and capacity. This untenable situation can be fixed, however. HR 3042, the Motor Carrier Safety Selection Standard Act of 2021, would promote a broader pool of safe-rated motor carriers. TIA would urge the committee to move this legislation forward as quickly as possible. I appreciate the opportunity to testify before the committee today to provide the perspective of the 3PL industry and offer some potential solutions. I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Rinke. 4:59, right on point there. Thank you. Dr. Correll.
Chairman DeFazio, Ranking Member Graves, and all the members of this committee, thank you for convening this important session, and thank you for including me in it. My name is David Correll. I'm a research scientist and lecturer at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology Center for Transportation and Logistics, where I study the working conditions, the quality of life, and the utilization of American truck drivers. So far, my teams and I have analyzed the working hours and pickup and delivery experiences of around 4,000 American over-the-road truck drivers in snapshots from 2016 to 2020. We've also analyzed thousands of freight pickup and delivery appointments using data provided to us by shipper and broker companies, and we supplement this analysis with frequent conversations with truck drivers, their management, as well as the shippers and the receivers who hire these drivers' services. The observations that I want to bring to this committee's conversation are: one, that my analysis suggests that the existing population of American long-haul truck drivers are seriously underutilized and have been so since at least 2016 when the data shared with me begins. Two, that this chronic underutilization problem does not seem to be a function of what the drivers themselves do or don't do, but rather an unfortunate consequence of our conventions for scheduling and processing their pickup and delivery appointments. And three, that large new data sets like the ones I've been fortunate enough to analyze, ones that cross firm boundaries, are critical when coming up with solutions for improving our American supply chains. Based on our analysis of the electronic working records of truck drivers, I estimate, as Chairman DeFazio noted in his introduction, that American long-haul full truckload truck drivers spend on average 6.5 hours of every working day driving. Yet, according to federal safety regulations, they're allowed to drive for 11 hours per day. This, of course, implies that 40% of America's trucking capacity is left on the table every day. This is, of course, especially troubling during times of perceived shortage and crisis like we find ourselves now. I also observe across many thousands of pickup and delivery appointments from all over the country that the detention of truck drivers varies in predictable cycles based on the time of day of their arrival. Drivers who arrive during typical first shift warehouse appointments, say 5 or 6 a.m. to 2 or 3 p.m., are processed much more quickly on average than drivers who arrive outside of these first shift hours. This is true across all data sets provided to our lab from multiple different sources. This leads me to first conclude, if you'll allow me a brief computing analogy, that what we are facing is sort of a software problem, not necessarily a hardware problem, at the warehouses and distribution centers where the truck drivers show up. That is, our existing warehouses and distribution centers do show the capacity to get trucks loaded and unloaded relatively quickly, but they do so only from around 6 a.m. to 2 p.m. on weekdays, which represents 1/3 or less of every working day. I submit to this committee that America's current supply chain problems are simply too big to commit only 1/3 of our weekdays to our best efforts at unclogging them. I would also like to address the patterns I observe when analyzing behavior of the system by day of week. Excuse me. I observed that long-haul truck drivers who stay with their employers do most of their driving on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays of every week. They drive on average fewer hours on weekends. This is in itself not wholly surprising. However, I've compared these patterns in both soft markets, where drivers' time is valued less in the marketplace, and tight markets, where they have a price incentive to drive more. This comparison test allows us to study what changes in pay actually incentivize American drivers to do. In my observation, it turns out that when truck drivers are paid more, they drive more, but that they can usually only find those extra hours on the weekends. The increase in pay does not result in statistically significant increases in driving hours on weekdays. Why is this the case? I interpret this result as further evidence that as we currently have our American supply chains programmed and scheduled, there's simply no available extra truck driving capacity in the American system during the work week. The days that drivers show the ability to offer additional surge capacity are on the weekends. Unfortunately, I've also observed in the data and in anecdotal conversations that there are far fewer freight appointments available to American truck drivers on weekends. To conclude my comments, I hope that I've brought to this committee the perspective of chronic American truck driver underutilization, which I believe to be generally underappreciated, but fundamental to any meaningful effort to come up with a solution. In fact, by my calculations, adding only 18 valuable driving minutes back to every existing truck driver's day could be enough to overcome what many of us feel is a driver shortage. I hope I've conveyed the idea that solutions to the truck driver shortage are most readily found in the scheduling practices of the shippers and receivers they visit, not behind the wheel or in the cab of the truck itself. And I hope that I've given some evidence to this committee of the potential for large aggregated boundary crossing data sets like the ones I analyze to help us scientifically identify where the problems in our American supply chain lie. I look forward to being as helpful to this body as I can be. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. With that, we turn to Greg Reagan.
Thank you, Chairman DeFazio and Ranking Member Graves, for inviting me to testify today. Before I begin, I want to take the opportunity to acknowledge the anniversary of Larry Willis's untimely passing, which occurred 1 year ago this month. His leadership at TTD, the friendship and mentorship he gave me and our whole staff, are severely missed by all of us as we reflect back on his memory. Attending Monday's signing ceremony for the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act was a reminder of Larry's unflinching optimism that we can still get big things done in this country. It's easy for any of us to fall into the trappings of cynicism these days, but Larry never did. TTD and the entire labor movement are better off because of it. Now, to the matter at hand. I'm speaking to you today on behalf of TTD's 33 affiliated unions, whose members have a front row seat to the very serious challenges facing America's supply chain. They include the workers directly engaged in freight transportation at railroads, at ports, and in trucking, as well as those who work in industries like manufacturing that have been hamstrung by their inability to get materials in a timely manner. I must be perfectly clear on 2 points. First, we cannot solve this problem by scapegoating individuals who had nothing to do with its origins. Cynical attempts to place the blame on President Biden, for example, have no rooting in truth and do nothing to alleviate the empty shelves your constituents are seeing back home. Second, there are some policymakers and pundits using this opportunity to place the blame on hardworking Americans, to undermine their collective bargaining rights, demean their work, further deteriorate safety and working conditions, or to eliminate their jobs altogether. Even on this panel, there are those who believe that the solution is to continue the use of perverse misclassification employment models and to undermine the right of workers to form and join unions. Placing blame for this crisis on the shoulders of working people is unacceptable. These are the very people who are laboring day and night to tackle this crisis, and it is upon their shoulders that we will find long-term solutions. We know that the major contributing factors to this crisis are a combination of a sudden spike in freight volume coupled with short-sighted industry practices that left our system inelastic and incapable of meeting soaring demand. Unfortunately, while the drastic spike in demand was unpredictable, the results, in many ways, was inevitable. For years, the Class I railroads have pursued an operating model known as precision scheduled railroading, or PSR. Through the PSR model, the railroads all but ensured that their operations would not be able to rapidly respond to economic shocks or rapid changes in the flow of traffic, like those we are now seeing. The real world impact of the freight railroad business model is that they slashed 20% of their workforce in just the 5 years prior to the pandemic. And levels have continued to decline, even as businesses have rebounded and carloads have returned to near 2019 levels. When greater and more reliable freight rail service was obviously needed, the railroads only dug in further to their profit at all cost skeleton crew operations. Other freight railroad actions to eke out every last dime, including the mothballing of locomotives, left them even less prepared, less capable, and less safe. Some claim a shortage of employees in the supply chain as a major factor in this crisis. Such claims imply that workers needed to perform the job do not exist today in this market. This is simply not the case. COVID has awoken many Americans to the real failures of our labor market. Many employers simply fail to provide the incentives, including good wages, benefits, and working conditions that will attract and retain skilled workers. This is certainly true in rail, where our unions report mid-career employees walking away from formerly good jobs and secure retirements due to eroding and deteriorating workplace conditions. We see a similar result in trucking, where enormous turnover rates and abusive practices like intentional misclassification are commonplace. As Congress works to solve these ongoing challenges and prevent future interruptions, we call on you to work closely with supply chain employees and their union representatives across the nation to develop real solutions. Proposed solutions must consider and address the impact that a reduced rail workforce and degradation in service quality have had on supply chain disruptions, let alone whether current railroad operations are consistent with statutory common carrier obligations. Solutions must also include robust and well-directed investments in our nation's freight infrastructure. To that end, we strongly applaud the enactment of the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, which provides $2.2 billion for Port Infrastructure Development Program, offering a lifeline to the almost half of all U.S. ports who state that better rail access could increase throughput capacity by over 25%. Congress should also consider novel approaches to supply chain challenges that would create jobs and economic activity. For example, the expansion of waterborne transportation alternatives through our marine highways may ease the supply chain bottleneck, particularly at major ports. Finally, we once again call on you to reject ill-conceived efforts to hijack the crisis to attack supply chain workers. the pursuit of a more efficient supply chain cannot be an excuse to eliminate or deconstruct critical regulatory safeguards such as fatigue protections, or to water down carefully crafted training and qualification requirements. Thank you again, and I look forward to your questions.
I do the call at my desk.
Eleanor, please mute. I think it's you. No, you're muted. Who is it? Okay, who's ever not muted? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Reagan. Now we'll move to questions. I first recognize myself. Dr. Correll, I read your written testimony, and the 18 minutes was something novel that I didn't see, or maybe I missed in the written testimony. Could you go over that again? I mean, 18 minutes would do what for our efficiency and backlog and need for drivers?
Yes, sir. Thank you for the question. So the origin of that calculation is to take the number that my colleagues at the ATA bring up for the estimate of the size of the truck driver shortage. So when we look at that, how many is it this year? They just came out with a new number of 80,000 truck drivers short. Where I come up with my calculations to say, all right, well, how many truck drivers do we have? And so according to the US Census data, we have 1.8 million. Well, 80,000 is around 4.5% of 1.8 million. How do we add 4.5% back to our existing population of drivers instead of bringing in a new head count? If we do that, it's only 18 minutes. So the idea of that calculation is to look at the estimate of the shortage and look at a solution that's not raising headcount, but raising utilization.
That's a pretty extraordinary figure. Both to you and to maybe Mr. Spear and Ms. Reinke, the issue of detention time. We used to penalize the warehouses if they made people sit. Right now, that's no cost to them. You sit, you run out of time, you sit. You drive out of service or whatever. How can we rectify that? Briefly.
I'll go first with that, Mr. Chairman. Look, it's a relationship that we have to improve with those that we're picking up from. There's instances that we've had where our drivers aren't even allowed to park on their property unless it's within a defined period of time. And if they're late or in traffic and they get there and miss their window, then they have to wait longer. If they do get on the property, they're not even allowed to use the restroom. Our drivers are treated deplorably in many instances. It's a relationship that we just have to improve. These folks are moving 72.5% of the domestic freight in this country, and they're heroes. They've been doing it throughout the pandemic. When everybody ran for cover, these folks got in their trucks and got the job done. They restocked the shelves, and now they're moving the vaccine. So for them to be treated like this, to wait indefinitely, is a serious problem. And it's measurable, and it is impactful on us. That time reduces the clock that they can drive. So it's to the 6 hours, or what was mentioned earlier, is a figure that comes from that. It also comes from congestion, which the IIJA is going to obviously alleviate. So there are improvements in that number should go up as we spend less time in traffic. Detention is still an issue. That's not in the IIJA, and it's just something that we're going to have to work with folks in our supply chain to resolve, because it's just untenable. It's not sustainable to have drivers wait that long and run their clocks down. It's not productive for the entire economy.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Reinke, from a broker's perspective.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with Mr. Spear more. It is a relationship issue. Our members, our brokers, want to maintain good relationships with their motor carrier customers, because otherwise, if they don't, those guys and gals don't come back to them. And we're only as good as the relationships we have with our shippers on the one hand and the motor carriers on the other. So it doesn't do any good to have the carriers waiting outside. Now, obviously, there is a warehouse labor shortage, as you know, so that is certainly what we're seeing. We want to work together to devise a solution. We're in absolute agreement.
Okay, thank you. How about from an economist's perspective, Mr. Cordero?
For me or for Mr. Cordero, sorry?
No, sorry, for you, Mr. Cornell. Yeah.
Thank you.
Correll, sorry.
No, thank you. So from someone who analyzes data perspective, I think there's a great opportunity here, and I'd like to represent it just briefly by way of analogy. if I go to a restaurant in New York City, I can look at the New York Board of Health food safety grade as a letter grade outside that restaurant, know what I'm working with or what I'm getting into by going to that restaurant. I think that aggregating and collecting data on detention time at our shippers and also collecting data on their experience and the dignity with which they're treated at the facilities, like Mr. Spear brought up, creating that kind of data set would be very valuable in one obvious way that we could make public some of these issues that I think we're all acknowledging we see. But the second way is that it could unlock market potential to improve it, because without that kind of aggregated data set, our carrier community can't accurately price in expected detention or expected poor treatment of their drivers at facilities. If we aggregated those rankings similar to the way we do with restaurants, we could communicate to the carrier community, this is what you're getting if you do business there, and price it as you need to make it worth your time. I think it'd be a very helpful innovation using the data.
Interesting. So I wonder who would get to do that. Ms. Ranky, would the brokers be an appropriate place to aggregate and publicize that?
Well, to the extent we have visibility into that data, sure, we
Well, I mean, you're dispatching loads. The drivers could, you could ask them, what was your experience? How long did you wait? How were you treated? And aggregate it.
Right. I mean, data is the coin of the realm, and typically, you're right, brokers have access to a lot of data across from the beginning of the transaction, the middle of the transaction, and the end of the transaction. So yes.
Okay. Anybody else have any ideas on that? This has really been something I've been working on for more than 15 years, detention time issues.
Just a technical note, if helpful, Chairman Fazio. So when I do this for the companies that share their data with me, one of the things that I can do is give them a quick letter grade ABCD on all of their customers for detention. And that tends to be valuable from a management perspective. The problem of trying to do it, so a carrier can do it with places they've already visited, but they won't have any data for somewhere they've never visited. And so if they ask another company and say, what was your experience at this place? Each company codes it in their own unique way, which is not readable across all the different companies. So if I'm going to company XYZ in Des Moines, Iowa, my naming convention will not be readable to all the other companies that might use their own naming conventions. So that's somewhere I think federal leadership could help, giving a standardized, unique identifying code to all of our ships and warehouses, so we have a way to know exactly who we're talking about when we share these ratings.
Okay, interesting. It's sort of a private sector solution to a private sector problem. So thank you. Okay, my time has expired. I now recognize Ranking Member Graves.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sorry, Ranking Member Crawford. I'm sorry.
That's no problem. Thank you. Just real quick, I have a letter here from the Agricultural Transportation Working Group submitted in response to U.S. Department of Transportation's request for information that will be used to prepare a report for President Biden on supply chains for the industrial base. Would ask unanimous consent to have that entered into the record.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me start with Mr. Cordero. I read last week there were nearly 60,000 shipping containers sitting at the ports of Los Angeles and Long Beach. That's enough containers to stretch the entire state of Arkansas on Interstate 40. Just for perspective, you stated that these ports have recently implemented a container excess dwell fee that increases in $100 increments per container per day, starting on day 9 for trucking companies, day 6 for rail companies. Since the implementation of the container excess dwell fee, how much money has been collected from the carriers?
Well, thank you, Ranking Member, for your question. With regard to the fee that's in question, we have not moved forward to collect the fee as of yet. Okay. But I will say this. I think it's a fair representation to make that as a result of that collaboration with our stakeholders and this button that we needed to press to get them to the table, I'm referring to the carriers. We've had very good collaboration in terms of being able to reduce loaded import containers that have been at these terminals 9 days or more, just to get the context here.
So by letting them know that we're going to fine you, then you've started to move containers. Is that what I'm hearing from you?
Yes. So I think we've had some reduction.
So how would you spend the money that you collect on these fines? How would that be spent?
Well, number one, this actually was not meant as a revenue enhancer. By no means.
Okay, because you stated earlier in your testimony that there were billions of dollars authorized in the so-called bipartisan transportation infrastructure bill. So certainly you don't need any more money. So it sounds to me like what we're trying to do here is just sort of leverage a little bit of authority to move things along a little more swiftly. Is that the case?
Well, I think, again, it's fair to say that the carriers have responded, and we have had a reduction at the port complex here as much as a percentile with regard to those containers.
Let's talk about that with the carriers. I'd like to move, I appreciate your comments. I'd like to move to Mr. Spear. President of the American Trucking Association, safe to say you interact with truckers on a pretty regular basis. Is that not correct, Mr. Spear?
Almost daily, Congressman.
Excellent. So what kind of costs can you, do you anticipate with the implementation of fees like this that Mr. Cordero just described?
Well, it's just another layer that we're going to have to bear. I don't think that's a good solution. It's just one choke point of many, and you can stay open 24/7. You just got to have more people putting in the time at those ports to move those containers.
On that score, Mr. Spear, let me ask you this. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but time's limited. But on that score, as I said, you talk to trucking companies and truckers on the daily. Are you telling us that there's not a shortage of truck drivers, as has been suggested by some?
There is a shortage, and a shortage across every sector of the economy. We're not exempt from that. We've had a shortage coming into the pandemics. It's nothing new to us.
Okay.
But it's space at the yards. If you got that many containers empty and full, you don't have enough room to move them. So, staging these outside the ports in other open areas is probably a wise move right now. There's just not enough room to move this stuff. So it's just so condensed into a fine area that the throughput is really causing the problem. So penalizing people isn't going to speed it up, in my opinion.
So assessing fines and fees associated with that is probably just going to be exacerbating the problem of inflation. Is that what you would suggest?
I don't think it does anything, Congressman. I really don't. You need space, you need throughput, you need more hours being put in to move these boxes, either on a rail or onto the chassis. We've got a chassis shortage, we've got container displacement.
Yep.
The problems are plenty, but you need more room, and it's just bottlenecked there. So finding people for it's not going to speed it up, in my view.
Okay, and the time that I have remaining, Mr. Carell, can you describe your last visit to a trucking terminal or to a port?
Oh, thank you, sir. I have never been to a port. My last visit to a trucking terminal would be, just by memory, probably about a year ago.
What about a rail yard?
Never, sir.
So to a large degree, your analysis is in the abstract. So you don't really interact with the relevant stakeholders regarding the issues that we're discussing. Is that correct?
No, I wouldn't agree with that, sir. I frequently communicate with truck drivers, their management. But as far as physical visits to the locations you mentioned, you are right. I have not been there in quite a while.
All right. Thank you. Yield back.
Thank you.
Okay, I thank the gentleman. I can't see who's next in the queue. I wasn't given a list. And I believe that.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay, all right, Eleanor, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for this important hearing on the supply chain dilemma we face. My first question is to Mr. Spear. Calls for increased workforce recruitment among 18 to 20-year-old truck drivers to address the shortage. But I'm also interested in hearing your thoughts on workforce retention among the existing pool of commercial drivers in light of this 90% turnover rate, because that could happen to 18 to 20-year-olds too, if you were given that as requested. Drivers are paid by the mile, which means they're not compensated for hours in long lines. In light of recent challenges in the supply chain, does the trucking industry plan to improve worker conditions and driver pay in order to incentivize driver retention?
Yes, Congresswoman. the number that you cited, the 90% is accurate, but I want to qualify that because it's really limited to the hardest segment of our industry, which is the long haul. And this is the long haul where you're gone 3-4 weeks at a time. If you've got a wife or a husband, you got kids at home, that's a long time to be away. And so the retention rate at the long haul segment of our industry is actually going to be much, much higher than elsewhere in the industry. But that's the number that's high and everybody likes to cite it. But I do want to qualify that. And it is a problem, but that is the hardest sector. And that's why it's lifestyle issues, more time with family.
And it's where the supply chain problem is.
Well, it's certainly compounding the problem, but it's always been a problem. This is a problem before the supply chain was in focus, or even before the pandemic. So pay has gone up higher in this segment than any other segment within our industry, and they're still not coming back. So it does suggest to us, Congresswoman, that there are other problems at play here. There's lifestyle issues. We've got to do a better job of taking care of our own, especially with healthcare and wellness programs, but retirement incentives, keeping them in the saddle longer, knowing that if they retire here, they're going to do well. Look, this is a good paying job. And on the long haul, you could probably earn more than anywhere else in the industry because you're away so much. But we've got drivers earning $75,000 to $100,000 a year with full benefits in that segment without a college degree and all the debt that comes with it. So they are good paying jobs. It could be higher, but there are a lot of other factors I'm telling you that we've got to focus in on: the wellness programs, the healthcare, the retirement incentives. These are all things that we have got to do if we're going to bring that retention rate down in the long haul segment.
That's helpful to hear. Mr. Cordero, the Port of Long Beach has expanded its hours as much as possible, 24 hours, 7 days a week. That's all you can do. Yet the trucking industry still struggles to make use of these expanded hours to pick up loaded containers because of the shortage of space inundated with empty containers. Could you elaborate on the restrictions that limit when and where these empty shipping containers can be returned to ports? What can be done in the short term to return empty containers more quickly and free, therefore, crucial transportation equipment needed to pick up loaded cargo? Mr. Cordero.
Well, thank you, Madam Congressmember. Let me make 3 points. I think let's all recognize that, as has been stated, we're in a national crisis with the supply chain, and in fact, it's a global crisis. So I think I wanted to make 1 point, is that the fragility of the supply chain has come up now because of this unprecedented and unforeseen event that we have, the health pandemic. So my point is that even in normal times, the issues that we're discussing this morning are the issues that we were discussing in normal times in terms of fluidity, efficiency, and the truck drivers. So to your question, I think what the Port of Long Beach has done, we have now allocated almost 100 acres of space here within the port to stage containers to help with this scenario. And number 2, I thoroughly support what Mr. Spears was representing with regard to the plight of the truck drivers, because again, in normal times, we have truck drivers waiting 2 hours to get into a terminal. We cannot tolerate that model any longer. That's the reason for a 24/7 framework discussion to distribute the volume. And let me say this, the 20 million containers, TEU containers that this port complex is expected to move now for year 2021, that's not a surprising amount. That was forecasted back in 2010. What's surprising is the event that now has brought these issues to surface. So I think, again, there's a lot of legitimacy here with regard to what you're hearing about the truck driving industry and the truck drivers. So we do need to find ways for them to be able to make increase their earnings, make more truck turn times, and have gates available to them so that, again, we could have a more fluidity in terms of how we move this cargo, at least in relation to the trucking sector component.
Thank you.
I thank the gentleman. I thank the gentlelady. At this point, 2 things. I'm going to enter into the record with unanimous consent an OIDA Foundation statement on flaws in the driver shortage narrative without objection, so ordered. And I am now going to yield the chair to Representative Strickland, who will continue to recognize members for their questions for the panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I now recognize Representative Massey for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Mr. Correll, since you're from my alma mater, MIT, I have to ask you at least the first question. Can you tell us, I know it's very complicated, but could you give us the biggest single factor contributing to our supply chain issues right now?
Thank you, sir, and honored to have a conversation with an alum. I apologize for dodging the question a bit, but the framing that I hope to bring to the conversation is the one that I've heard in the comments from the previous speakers, is that it's a complicated mess of issues. So I guess if, the most helpful thing I can do is to perhaps offer a framing that at least expresses how I would answer that question, or how I see the biggest issue in it. And I think what it is that we tend to frame this, to use a television analogy, kind of like it's a detective show. Like if we just analyze this issue consistently enough or cleverly enough, we're going to ID the one culprit. But I apologize for the maybe off-color reference, but I don't think it's a detective show. I think it's a reality weight loss show. We're all just sort of now living with the consequences and the prioritizations that we've made in America over years and over the pandemic. And the only way that we can do better is to reprioritize in the way that respects truck drivers' time, respects truck drivers' dignity, harmonizes our systems. So that was a long way of saying that I think the biggest problem is the framing, and the framing is to look for single culprits when in fact it's a mix of causes.
Well, let me try another oversimplified question. If we could do one thing in Congress to alleviate the supply chain issues that we're seeing right now, policy-wise, what do you think that could be? Or 2 or 3 things?
Sure, thank you. To put it broadly, I think that we should make the supply chain and logistics sector a high-tech place to work again. So we're talking a lot about improving efficiency and utilization. And in many workplaces, that just means having access to the latest tools. I think oftentimes our schedulers, our drivers, our warehouse workers don't always have access to those kind of tools. The other advantage of that, I think, is that, as a lifelong employee myself, one way that employers show me that they respect my time and my efforts is by giving me a state-of-the-art workplace that makes the most of the time I give to them. And so I think if the government could help us make our warehouses and our supply chains, and particularly the interface where trucks come to warehouses, where they gate in and gate out, more sophisticated and high-tech and more respectful of their time and dignity, that would be the most beneficial move I can imagine.
All right, well, thank you very much. We'll start by trying not to get in the way of private industry where they implement those things. Mr. Reagan, is it true the AFL-CIO is suing the Biden administration to expand the OSHA vaccine mandate to cover more businesses?
Yes, that's correct.
Why would you do that?
Well, the broader AFL-CIO wants to make sure that every worker has the protections of an OSHA protection. This was, again, about the ETS, not about a vaccine mandate. This is about the OSHA ETS.
But some people think it's because employers are leaving larger union-based companies that have 100 or more employees, where those shops are more likely to be unionized than, say, a small shop. Isn't it true that the AFL-CIO could lose membership because of this mandate if it applies only to 100 or more? Isn't that part of the motivation for making sure that everybody has to suffer under these mandates if the companies 100 or more are going to suffer under them?
That was certainly not part of the intention of the lawsuit.
Does the AFL-CIO have a formal policy of supporting religious and medical exemptions when your members apply for those?
We have a formal policy, of course, of making sure that our collective bargaining agreements for all of our unions are being honored in the process of implementing these mandates and making sure that people are properly protected. That is our obligation, is through the collective bargaining process.
Does the AFL-CIO support the concept of natural immunity, or the notion that somebody who has already had COVID and recovered, maybe because they worked through the pandemic when others didn't, shouldn't be required to get the vaccine.
That issue has not come up. We support everybody getting vaccinated, and we support making sure that workers are not harmed in the process.
So given that there's little to no benefit to getting vaccinated if you've already had COVID and developed a natural immunity, do you support your workers when they apply for medical exemptions based on natural immunity?
I don't have the medical expertise to determine whether that's accurate or not. But again, this issue and the issue we're dealing with right now is not about the vaccine mandate. We're dealing with workforce conditions and dealing with problems with our infrastructure.
All right, my time has expired. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
Thank you. I now recognize Representative Johnson from Texas for 5 minutes.
Can you hear me?
We can now. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. I'd like to ask all of the witnesses, whomever will respond. As chairperson of the House Committee on Science, Space, and Technology, I am really curious to know whether the state of Texas has been developing several critical components to develop spaceports. Do any of you know if there's timely and impactful strategy to aid in the development of these industries? We have probably the largest moving of goods from both California and Texas in the country. And so we know that we are a major, major trade and good movement area. So whoever wants to start, I'd appreciate it.
Any of our witnesses? Thank you.
I'm afraid I didn't follow the question. Was it about port policy recommendations for Texas?
Spaceports, you know, we're so large and very congested in our major urban areas that there is some talk and plan for the space ports for the delivering goods. And wondered if you have, if anyone on the panel has any plan or hearing of plan to support this type of transportation.
So, Congresswoman, I think, are you referring to additional space outside the Port Authority, like land, so that we could stage these containers? Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
Okay, so thank you. And that's a very good question. So let me answer that question by simply indicating that I think it's fair to say that ports across the nation, the question of what we call inland port connectivity, which basically means taking the containers out of the port complex and moving them to an inland area. And I think that subject is very apropos, or that question is very apropos, given the situation that we're in at the current time. In my comments, I made reference to the fact that the Port of Savannah, the Georgia Port Authority, is moving in that direction. For the Port of Long Beach and Los Angeles, we are having discussions with regard to that inland port connectivity. So again, it's very key that as we continue to advance reform in the supply chain of what I call transformational change in the supply chain, it must include space outside the immediate Port Authority to move these containers to distribution and warehouse regions. So again, I think that's a subject matter that's very much in California being discussed. So I think I may have answered your question. I can follow up with an answer if you have more specificity on this issue. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you. We have a very large inland port in my district. I'm from a very large trade area. Is there anyone else on the panel would like to comment?
Yeah, I would just echo Congresswoman, Mr. Cordero's comments. That was what I was alluding to earlier about getting those containers, both full and empty, out of the condensed space of the port and into other open areas where we can logistically move them more quickly. So I think that's exactly what you're alluding to. I think that's a very good interim solution. that'll improve the throughput. Your state, obviously, not just your district, your state in Texas has 7 of the top 100 bottlenecks in the country. So you are very familiar with congestion, and it was there long before this pandemic. So it's compounded now as a result of that. We need to get innovative about how we reposition and move freight more efficiently. So more space clearly is a solution for that, at least in the interim, possibly even long term.
Congresswoman, certainly reiterate those points from the rail perspective. Rail's a vital part of Texas, and certainly there are a colossal amount of goods moving by rail in and throughout Texas. And we feel that rail is really well positioned. When you have on-dock rail, you can put upwards of 200 plus containers and get them out of the port, out of that immediate congestion, inland into a yard where perhaps it's closer to final destination, and our trucking partners can take the final leg of the trip there. So that absolutely spot on, something we're supportive of, something we're very active in, including the state of Texas and throughout the country, and something we need to keep a focus on moving forward. So absolutely, great question.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Just say, Congressman, anything that expands capacity is something that would benefit the supply chain and our members. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I will yield back.
Thank you. And as a reminder to those of us here in this room, we are required to wear masks unless we are sipping a beverage or speaking. So please adhere to that. I now recognize Representative Davis for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First off, I'm really intrigued by the Rock'em Sock'em robots that are behind you in your frame, Ms. Reinke. Are you going to bring those in for a hearing in person at some point?
Yeah, sure, per your request. Yes, sir.
We might be able to solve some problems here in Congress with a couple games of Rock'em Sock'em robots, right? Well, bring it in for us. We'd love to mess around with it. I'll get it out
of eyeshot for the next time.
Oh, no, keep it there. We enjoy it. But my questions are first going to be for Mr. Spear. Mr. Spear, there have been complaints that dwell time, the amount of time that equipment is out on the street before being returned for another move, that for containers and chassis is actually increasing. If dwell times today in the Los Angeles Long Beach Basin are 2 to 3 times the historical levels, which is what has been reported, how does that reduce freight fluidity?
Well, it's complicating it. And again, a lot of this too is the condensed space in the ports where it's bottlenecking. You have a flood of these containers coming in. We have container displacement, full and empty. We talked about that. But we also have a chassis shortage. And chassis choice is a big issue for our industry. We're actually litigating in that space to make certain that motor carriers have the ability to have choice in that and not be pushed into a particular product that they have to use. So more choice is something that we're arguing for, and I think we'll prevail on that front. But coming into this pandemic and now with the supply chain weight, this is a choke point, and it's occurring right at the ports. So the chassis shortage is really a problem that's increasing our inability, I guess, to improve on turn times.
Well, what can be done to ensure that equipment is returned more quickly so we can reduce these dwell times and increase the fluidity? I mean, does the ports push to get containers off the terminal and stage empty containers at off-dock locations helping with equipment availability?
Certainly, given our motor carriers the choice of their own equipment would help. That would certainly, increase the amount of equipment out there to be used. And second, I think given access to these ports with independent contractors, they've been pushed out. Owner operators aren't allowed in. So this is a problem. And so, we've got to suspend some of these rules, I would say permanently. But in a time of crisis, has been widely discussed during this hearing, it seems appropriate that we alleviate some of that and get the drivers that can come in that have been barred from operating in these areas. So that would certainly help in terms of increasing turn times.
Well, I appreciate your testimony, Mr. Spear, and actually the testimony of everybody on this panel. It's very interesting to note that the administration talked about addressing the supply chain issues at our ports. The two in particular that I mentioned earlier, but we're just not seeing the actions that I think is going to solve the problem. I think we can come up with some better ideas. Now, I've talked about utilizing Transcom based at Scott Air Force Base in Illinois. I mean, they could move battalions of weaponry across the globe to a war zone. I think they might be able to help solve some of the problems at the Port of Long Beach and the Port of Los Angeles, just to name a few. But I do want to let the witnesses know, especially Mr. Jeffries. I was being called earlier when I was asking questions by my colleague Garrett Graves, and I tried to remain as stoic as you did when I was doing the exact same thing to you during your testimony earlier today. So congrats, my friend, and I don't have any questions for anyone else. I'm going to yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. I now call on Representative Larson for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Ms. Spear, Mr. Spear, based on Representative Davis's questions, do you have any ideas about increasing in production of chassis as a solution, and how would that occur?
Well, this is a complicated matter, as we've obviously had trade from countries like China provide that equipment. That's existed for quite a long time now. With the tariffs in place, that production has now had to shift to the U.S. And that was occurring right before the pandemic had hit and all these problems we're describing within the supply chain. So it's a compounding problem. It's a shift in production back to the U.S. And building that capacity here domestically. If that's the case, that's what's going to have to happen. So like many things beyond chassis, we've got a chip shortage. Microchips obviously are not just for cars, but they're also for trucks. And they're both less profitable in cars and trucks than they are in the phones that we have or our iPads and so on. They're more profitable in that handheld equipment than they are in a car or a truck. And so, productivity and the economics of supply and sourcing is causing a problem. It's just another illustration, no different than the chassis themselves. So repositioning and shifting production back to the U.S. is something that, if that's got to happen, it's what's going to take to get the chassis available that we're going to need to meet the demand.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Cordero, your testimony mentions that some terminals at the Port of Long Beach are exploring that framework for 24/7 operations. You mentioned this earlier, I think, in response to earlier questions, but can you expand a little bit on what's the status of that framework? And can other ports use this framework? I've got nearby ports of Seattle and Tacoma.
And thank you for your question, Congressmember. I think number one, the Port of Long Beach has a pilot project with one of our terminals, Total Terminals International. It's a 24/7 pilot project, and what we're doing right now is we're having robust conversation with many of the stakeholders, the beneficial cargo owners, the truckers, and the railroads. As one witness has already indicated, the railroads are totally in on the 24/7 movement, but the whole point is it's a beginning of a framework to, like I indicated, we need transformational change in major container gateways. And of course, here in Southern California, and in your ports, Tacoma, Seattle, up in the Northwest, but for Southern California, again, when you move 20 million containers, that number is not going to get any less after this crisis is over. So I think the whole purpose is, again, this is a great time, and to use a cliche, crisis brings opportunities, and we have an opportunity to transform our model, how we operate here in terms of the movement of container cargo.
Presumably Longshore is part of that conversation?
They are, and I could represent to you that Longshore labor is ready. They're supportive, and it's just a question of, again, you just can't flip a switch and change this model today. But the good news, there's a lot of conversation in terms of that being the objective.
Yeah. On a recent study of ports in Washington State and in California, including your port, I think, found that during the period 2016 to 2020, ports in British Columbia received $372 million in direct Canadian federal funding, compared to $45 million in Washington and $179 million in California. Are the federal funding mechanisms for ports meeting current demand, and how will the infrastructure bill close that gap?
Well, first of all, it's welcome news for port authorities to have an infrastructure bill that, again, in the best interest of the nation, something we needed. for decades. And it's even more comforting that we have 17 billion earmarked for ports and waterways. So it's a very good step in the direction that we need to take. As you've referenced, our competitors, whether it's Asia, whether it's Canada, whether it's Mexico, not only have a lot more infrastructure investment, but more specifically, a national freight policy, of which, again, this is another matter I wanted to bring to the attention of the committee, how important that would be. So suffice to say that, again, 17 billion is welcome news, but going forward, we can't, like I said, we can't stop when this crisis is over. We need to continue to invest in our port and maritime industry because we all know how essential this operation is, to the point where why we're having this hearing is because of the impact it has had, not only to our commercial people and exporters, and the economy.
Yeah, and Madam Chair, just a point of personal privilege, if I could just communicate to Mr. Cordero to let his spouse know today there are 2 ships at anchorage in Holmes Harbor, not 3. So we're making progress.
Thank you for helping the marriage, Congressman.
Thank you.
Congressman.
Thank you, Rep. Larson. I now recognize Representative Babin for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really appreciate the chairman and the ranking member for having this hearing. It's one of the most important topics right now under our committee's jurisdiction because of the supply chain effects and its effects on every single American in the most tangible way. Well, so much happens in the world that we don't feel or frankly even know about. But as we've seen, when our supply chain is interrupted, the ripple effect is felt in every store, on every shelf, and in every pocketbook. And like my colleagues before me have said, there isn't one solution. This is a very complex and convoluted problem made up of many variables. We'll need to work together to end this crisis, and I hope and pray that we do. But I do know one thing for sure. President Biden and my friends on the other side of the aisle are certainly not helping the problem by spending trillions that we don't have, creating more burdensome regulations, implementing vaccine mandates, and increasing taxes in a whopping way. And with that, I'd like to ask Mr. Spear from the ATA a question. Mr. Spear, last week, the White House announced a series of moves intended to alleviate port congestion and supply chain shortages. The administration noted a, quote, assessment of truck parking facilities, and as part of this effort. And as a former truck driver myself, I was very interested to see that in 2013, the initial Jason's Law Truck Parking Survey indicated parking shortages were a national safety concern, 2013, that is. A pending updated Jason's Law survey is expected to reveal many of the same conclusions, including that parking shortages are still a major problem in every state and region, and challenges exist in funding and maintaining parking in both the public and private sectors. Truckers all across my district tell me all the time that they are sick of studies and reports that all draw the very same conclusions, that there is a truck parking crisis in America. So in your opinion, is yet another assessment the best use of government resources to solve this truck parking crisis?
We know the problem, Congressman. You just outlined it. I mean, we've got 3.5 million truck drivers in this country, and that's our number, and that's a valid number. And you've got 313,000 truck parking spaces nationally, and that's according to the report you just cited. So we know that problem. That's well measured, that's well defined, but do the math. That's for every 11 truck drivers, there's 1 truck parking space. Right. This is a problem. And we keep adding layers in terms of the rest breaks they've got to take, and there's no place to take them. I mean, you can drive just north of DC here on I-95, and you'll see multiple trucks parked on the shoulders. It's dangerous. It's dangerous to them. It's dangerous to the motoring public. And so hopefully the IIJ provides, more monies in there. But as was in the House passed bill, $1 billion for truck parking wasn't included in the IIJA. So the monies given to the secretary are discretionary. I sure hope that they are looking at this problem and allocating some of that money for this problem, because it really is a crisis and it's something that we've got to solve. So we strongly support that.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And with the remainder of my time, I'd like to ask a question of Mr. Cordero. Mr. Cordero, for your awareness, I have the privilege of representing the Port of Houston as well as the Houston Ship Channel, which is the busiest deep draft waterway in the nation and has more than 200,000 annual barge movements. After working closely with the Trump administration to secure authorization, appropriation, and a New START designation, the port just broke ground on Project 11, which will deepen and widen the Houston Ship Channel and create more efficient waterways for vessels, improving storm resiliency and bolstering the port's economic impact. But with all this growth, we still will need more jobs. We need more labor forces. And with the current labor shortage, thanks to vaccine mandates and the extension of federal unemployment benefits, how can we make sure that there will be a technically trained labor market to sufficiently fill those gaps?
Well, thank you for your question, Congressman. And again, my good friend, Mr. Gunther at the Port of Houston has done a great job over there at the Port of Houston. But let me say that's to your question, the Port of Long Beach and Los Angeles, we're collaborating and moving forward with a work training center here that's going to be a changing dynamic in terms of how we train that workforce. So as you've indicated, and as some commentators have already made, this industry is not immune from the whole issue about the labor force across the country, affecting many sectors. But for the port industry, we recognize that, again, there has to be a lot of work done in work development, work enforcement here in terms of workforce development. And that's what we're doing here at the ports of Long Beach and Los Angeles. So in that regard, I also want to pitch the importance of digital transformation and making sure we have the funds for the workforce of the future in terms of how important that's going to be with regard to creating greater efficiencies here at our ports here in America.
Thank you very much, and I'll yield back because I'm out of time.
Thank you. I now recognize Representative Johnson of Georgia for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for holding this hearing, and thank you to the witnesses for your time and your testimony. The COVID-19 pandemic has dramatically exposed the vulnerability of global supply chains, and today, millions of Americans are discovering half-empty store shelves, longer delivery times, and increasingly expensive consumer goods. Supply chain issues stem from several factors, including an extraordinary surge in demand for goods and factory shutdowns abroad. However, the situation is compounded by deteriorating working conditions for truck drivers and the negative effects of climate change. Only by addressing the vulnerabilities in our system can we revitalize our global supply chain infrastructure. Mr. Reagan, your testimony indicates that so-called labor shortages are insufficient to explain the current supply chain dynamics. You argue that the failure of employers to respond to market conditions and provide incentives to workers, such as quality wages, benefits, working conditions, and the like, undermine the workforce. How would you characterize working conditions of long-haul truck drivers, and what changes need to be made to increase driver retention in the trucking industry?
Thank you for the question, sir. I think one of the major issues facing the truck driving workforce has to do with workforce misclassification. You have a lot of situations where they're not directly employed by the trucking companies. They're independently contracted out. They're leasing the equipment. In some cases, that drastically reduces their pay and their incentive to stay in the workforce. My friends at the Teamsters Union, who represent far more truckers than I do, have said a lot about this subject. But in general, this is an issue that has showed a continual decline in the workforce in the trucking industry.
Thank you. The current situation has renewed calls by Mr. Spear and others to allow drivers ages 18 to 21 to operate trucks interstate to address the driver shortage or an inability of motor carriers to attract and retain drivers. Do you have concerns with the safety of allowing 18 to 21-year-olds to drive trucks interstate?
Yes, I think there is safety concerns there, but I know that in the IIJA that was just passed, there is an authorization of a pilot program to allow this, which hopefully will allow us to understand what the shortcomings or what the benefits of this will be. And they're going to be able to assess whether this is a viable solution moving forward.
Thank you. Mr. Cordero, your testimony indicates that the Georgia Ports Authority is addressing backlogs by easing congestion, such as clearing up space to unload container ships more efficiently. This is possible due to cooperation with the White House and Department of Transportation, which announced that ports would be able to repurpose unspent grant funds from past projects to address supply chain congestion. In fact, the Georgia Ports Authority will spend $8 million from past grants for this project. In addition to these changes, how can the Georgia Ports Authority build resilience against future shocks to the supply chain?
Well, again, I think also I'd like to acknowledge my good friend Griff Lynch at the Port Authority there at Savannah on these issues. So I think, again, what we need to do is that inland port connectivity across the nation that's going to be very important. And I think also my colleague there has also referenced extended gate hours. In fact, he referenced that commentary a couple of years back at a conference in New York. But again, I think the main points here is we need to create fluidity here in the supply chain, and it has to be a supply chain issue. It's not just a port authority or a terminal. And again, going forward, digital transformation is going to be very important in terms of how we use technology with regard to further transparency and visibility in the movement of cargo. And that's, I can represent all port authorities here are looking in that same subject matter. But at this point, there's no single reason that we could point to solve the current crisis that we're in. Again, this is a global crisis, but suffice to say that the good news is we're moving the cargo. The men and women who are working at these ports across America are moving the cargo. They're essential workers. And as noted, one reason for the situation is the economy that we're looking to the 6% GDP growth for this year, and consumers are buying more than ever. So I think it's a confluence of factors. But to your question, I think those are some areas that port authorities, again, can continue to move forward to transform the supply chain.
Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. I now recognize Representative Perry for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I got to say, at the onset of the hearing, I listened to the chairman go on for about 5 minutes with a stream of what I consider to be vapid and incendiary partisan principles and rhetoric. And then at the end of it, demand that no one else engage in incendiary partisan rhetoric. It's incredible to me that somebody can be in Washington for over 30 years on this committee and not understand that Washington isn't the solution. Washington is the problem. With that, I certainly appreciate the fact that the majority has finally woken up to the fact that there's a supply chain crisis. But I can't help but lament the fact that this hearing comes in the wake of the socialists on both sides of the aisle pumping another $1.25 trillion into our economy without any consideration of the inflationary impacts of these policies during a time of record inflation. In fact, I would argue there's a pattern of bipartisan folly in this committee and this Congress that have not only contributed to supply chain crises we see today, but to seek to actively worsen the situation by essentially pouring gasoline on that fire, seeking to add unnecessary and destructive environmental and labor restrictions that kill the ability of the hardworking Americans to deliver the goods needed by their fellow citizens. One of the contributing factors that has resulted in the supply chain crisis is the oppressive regulatory environment in California and the destructive impacts it has had on the workforce in that state. There is absolutely no question California's ports have been hit hardest here. But the majority and their supporters on our side of the aisle desperately seek to divert the attention away from the true reason why that is the case, as they seek to bring California-style regulation, poverty, and destruction across the rest of the nation. That's a great plan. California has actively sought to kill the trucking industry in its state, and the oppressive hand of the state government has led to many truckers to abandon routes within the state, whether it's CARB's unnecessary economically destructive regulations or AB 5, which effectively outlaws owner-operators by redefining employee to end independent contractors in order to ensure big labor bosses can organize a wider swath of the workforce without putting in any work. I mean, outlawing independent truckers is essentially what they did. And we're sitting here talking about solutions to a truck driver shortage and supply chain problems, and we don't even bring it up. It's incredible to me. Unfortunately, the Biden administration, the socialist majority, and their fellow travelers in our party aren't seeking ways to alleviate the destruction caused by these policies. They're seeking to nationalize it. The PRO Act would bring an AB5 style war on independent contractors into federal law, destroying the businesses of nearly 350,000 to 400,000 owner-operators in the U.S. trucking workforce. Oh, that sounds like a great solution. Washington is right on cue to be there to help. Unfortunately, every single Democrat and 4 Republicans on this committee voted in order to do this, despite repeated warnings by the trucking industry that we're currently experiencing a trucker shortage without taking hundreds of thousands of qualified drivers off the road to appease the big labor bosses and these members' support over their constituents' best interest. Appalling. Mr. Spear, what would be the impact on the trucking workforce if the owner-operator model was banned overnight, as the majority and some of my Republican colleagues seek to do? What would be the impact?
You're just going to see it continue to inflate the problem, our inability to get goods to the shelves. Your constituents and constituents across every district in this country are going to go from 8 apples down to 3, maybe even 2. Okay, that's just choice, and it's going to go away because you have fewer people to drive it. Over 80% of the communities in this country are exclusively dependent on trucks for their goods. And you got to have a driver behind it. So unless we're going to go driverless tomorrow, you're going to have to attract and retain talent to do it. You're going to need owner-operators. You're going to need independent contractors. The only reason that this whole reclassification debate is even out there is because they want to organize it. But if you go and talk to an independent contractor, they're going to tell you, hey, I chose this. No one put a gun to my head. Okay, I chose this occupation because I wanted more time at home. It's seasonal work. It's part-time work. Whatever the reason is, they chose it. And they want to take choice away from these folks. They don't want them to have that option because they want to organize them. They want them part of the union. Well, they don't want to be part of the union. And if they do want to be part of the union, they can join the union. No one's telling them either way. They can do either one, but it's their choice. We're going to win that in the Supreme Court. They just asked Solicitor General to look at that, which means to me that they are serious about taking up AB5. And I believe we're going to win that solution. We'll settle this once and for all.
Thank you, Mr. Spear. I couldn't have said it better myself. Madam Chair, I yield the balance.
Thank you. I now recognize Representative Carson for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. After seeing so much congestion at ports, I'd like to get your thoughts on what Positive Rail might play in strengthening our supply chain, not just in terms of more efficient movement of goods and materials, but in improving our human infrastructure too. You know, precision railroading sounds impressive, but it seems counterintuitive to plan for longer trains but smaller crew sizes. And our transportation systems are really, quite frankly, I mean, as I'd like to say, you know, respectfully, they're only as strong as our people and our workers. And in a place like Indiana, the crossroads of America, we have to address the congestion on the roads that unfortunately result when downtown and critical streets are blocked by painfully long freight trains. So how can these disruptions be improved as we're working to strengthen our supply chains?
Well, thank you for that question, Congressman. There are several aspects to it, so I'll try to take them one by one. So certainly agree with you that we're only as strong as our people, our employees, and that's why I think, you know, we're so proud of our employees getting the job done over the past 18 plus months when most of us were able to work from home. Railroads didn't stop running. We're a 24/7 operation. And so thanks to our employees' dedication and commitment to doing that and doing it safely. Railroading is absolutely a strong industry for an employee to spend a career in. Average wages and benefits over $130,000 a year. It's one of the last remaining industries where an employee with a high school graduation can support a family and live a middle-class life with a very strong and comfortable retirement. And that's why we have employees for several generations working for decades at a time in our industry. Now, to your point about congestion, we actually think that rail is a huge part of solving the congestion problem writ large. More goods moving by rail, more containers being on the back of rail, that's less congestion on the highways, less wear and tear on the highways. And this is not an anti-truck statement. Truckers are certainly our big competition, but they're also our biggest partners. And that's why we're sitting here together advocating, I think, on a lot of the same principles. We've got an integrated supply network, and we've got to make sure it's functioning as efficiently as possible. Railroads out of the West Coast have capacity right now. We can take on additional volumes. We can take on additional containers to get them to the middle of the country where they can be distributed to their final destination. The issue of grade crossings is certainly an area that absolutely presents challenges for communities, and one that we do not take lightly. And while every grade crossing is different, there's certainly no one size all answer. A number of steps can be taken to help alleviate the challenge. First and foremost, a grade crossing that doesn't exist is the best one out there. And so the $3 billion included in the infrastructure bill that is dedicated solely to grade separations, huge effort by Congress to get that across the finish line, and something that we're very supportive of, very excited to work with our community partners to put that money to work in high profile grade crossings. But when you can't separate a grade crossing, it's important to make sure that it has up-to-date safety devices, up-to-date protection. Again, something that was prioritized in the infrastructure bill. From the rail standpoint, what can we do? Well, we can absolutely look at our operations and look to minimize the time that a train is sitting blocking a crossing, or look at our hours for when trains are running through communities to minimize the impact on peak traffic times. We can also provide information in advance to motorists. So if there's a block crossing ahead, you can deploy dynamic signage to make sure that a motorist is aware that that blocked crossing is ahead of them and can be, perhaps there's an opportunity to reroute. So we've got to continue to work on this. It's an industry priority. I can tell you right now firsthand, it has our CEO's attention at the executive level and the industry level, and something that we've got to keep a shoulder into as an industry, but also working with our communities.
That's great. That's great. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Thank you. I now recognize Representative Weber for 5 minutes.
Thank you, ma'am. This is a question from Mr. Cordero. In your materials, you say that long-term infrastructure investment is needed for to secure our supply chains. But the question is, what if the investment comes along with strings that prohibit us from improving efficiency or installing automation that would actually help make for a more seamless supply chain? And I want to put a couple of caveats in there, Mr. Cordero. What do you think would hurt building a dependable supply chain more? Would it be a mandate to have to join a union, or would it be mask mandates? Which of those would you think is the most egregious?
Well, thank you, Congressman. And I'd like to thank you for your support of the port authorities. As a member, as you recall, when I was chairman of the Federal Maritime Commission, you were very supportive of ports, and of course the Port Caucus and your participation in that. So to your question, I think what's critical now for the supply chain is how we create efficiencies and reduce costs in the movement of cargo. We are in a very competitive environment right now, and obviously what this crisis has brought forth, Congressman, is certainly the issues that we discussed back in 2015. And I'm referring to the July 2015 report released by the Federal Maritime Commission on this very issue, congestion. So I think in this crisis, I think it's fair to say that no port has essentially closed down, certainly not LA Long Beach because of this crisis. I will say that with regard to the mask and the vaccine mandate, that has mitigated the impact on the workforce here on the docks. Earlier this year, due to the leadership of our mayor, Robert Garcia, and Governor Gavin Newsom, we moved forward to make sure those vaccinations were available to the men and women that work on the docks. And I will represent, I think that action substantially mitigated the impact on the labor that we would have had, but for not.
Right. And I would agree with that, but I think you got to move that product away from the docks. And it's going to, I think, I'm surprised that the number quoted was 80%. I think basically about everything Americans touch is going to come on a truck somewhere. Not everybody has a railroad in their backyard, and not everybody is next to one. So I want to go to this question for you and Mr. Spear as well, and that is, I ran a hotshot company for about 2 years before I ran for the state legislature, and I'm thoroughly familiar with US DOT regulations, text dot regulations, and did a lot of stuff, seeing a lot of big truckers on the road. Now with the shortage of truck drivers, does it make sense for us to allow 18 to 21-year-olds drive? And maybe this is for you, Mr. Spear. Has the truck drivers, the union, or the Teamsters, have they taken a position against it or for it? Obviously the military is able to do that, train 18 to 21-year-olds to do it. Has there been a study done it? What are your thoughts, Mr. Spear? A couple of questions there.
So 49 states in the US, including yours, Congressman, allow an 18-year-old to drive a Class 8. They just can't cross state lines.
Right.
So you can go from El Paso to Texarkana and back, no problem. You just can't cross into Texarkana, Arkansas, which makes absolutely no sense. By the way, in those 49 states, there's absolutely no training and no technology requirements for that equipment for that 18-year-old. The Drive Safe Act, which is bipartisan, both chambers, and the provisions that were included from that act in the IIJA create a national program, 3,000 young people that we can properly train, up to 400 hours of training, which 240 of those hours, you have to have an experienced driver in the cab with them. You've got to have a technology equipment, AEB, speed controls, anti-collision, all that. Cameras have to be on that equipment. So this is a step toward safety, not away. And rightfully, to your point, I've got my oldest son is right now at Fort Benning, okay? We're sending 18, 19, 20-year-olds overseas to defend our freedom, do the unthinkable. And I'm pretty sure that if we can train them properly to do that, we can teach them how to cross state lines in a Class 8, and that language will get it done. So I'm very confident we can do this safely and responsibly.
Well, and to that point, I'll make this comment. Of course, once they've driven across Texas, they've already driven across several states, basically. And has the Teamsters Union taken a position on that concept?
Well, I'll defer to Greg on that. It's passed now in the IIJA, so we can debate whether they're for or against, but it's going to happen. Now we need to work with the agency to get it right. Greg alluded to that. I support what Greg said. Let's get it right. Let's make certain that we're not compromising safety. They can responsibly operate this equipment already. Let's add these conditions to it and get it right. And if we can do that, what we're doing here now is bring in this young, talented pool into our industry long-term. That should be good for my industry. That should be good for the unions. That's more people long-term they can recruit from. Yeah. So, if you look at it through that lens and you can do this responsibly, I think it's good policy. So wait and see, but I think we got some work to do to get it right. And I think it will be done right.
Well, thank you for that. I've run over my time, so I'm going to need to yield back. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I now recognize Representative Titus for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. And I want to thank our chairman, Mr. DeFazio, for focusing this important hearing on the bottlenecks at ports and our supply chain. I hear that all the time because we have to import almost everything we have in Las Vegas, whether it's chicken wings or car parts. And so this is very important to us. I've been reading a lot of the headlines in the Wall Street Journal about Target and the different Walmart, the different companies that are stocking up for the holidays, and they're pretty optimistic. And they're expecting a 10% increase also in e-commerce from last year, which was a record high, even with all the problems that we had with COVID. So this is going to increase. It's not going to backslide, I don't believe, as we move forward. So we see this increased request and increased demand that is far above whatever our production levels are. So we need to look at that as well as the shipment of these goods. You know, we've seen the problem as we looked at the airline industry. A lot of the airlines didn't anticipate that our recovery would happen so quickly. They laid people off, people had early retirement, they were slow in getting them back. And then when suddenly people wanted to start traveling, we saw that in Las Vegas, they weren't able to accommodate that. And you've seen flights canceled and a lot of problems at airports. So we also heard from, I think, Mr. Cordero that's the canceling of passenger flights has also affected cargo, because there's a lot of cargo down there in those baggage compartments of the airplanes. Now, a lot of my colleagues across the aisle have been offering all these solutions, which really aren't solutions at all. They're just kind of a rehashing of old problems or old things that they've always been talking about, like reducing safety and reducing environmental protections. I don't think that's going to solve any of our problem. We ought to be looking at how to make this safer and more effective going forward. We ought to be talking about how vaccines will help us get over COVID. And once that happens, the economy really can come back even more than it already has. And how are we going to deal with it? That's what we need to be doing looking forward. You heard some talk about inland ports and dry land ports. I think Eddie Bernice Johnson mentioned it. All the investments that are coming out of the infrastructure bill and the Build Back Better bill will help places like Las Vegas upgrade its infrastructure so we can become an inland port, and that can help with these supply chain issues as well. That should be our focus in this hearing, not some looking back to the past for things that didn't work even then. My question, though, is a follow-up from what Mr. Massey said, and I would direct this to Mr. Correll. You were talking about technological improvements. Well, we're certainly familiar in this committee with outdated technology. We saw that in the airline industry where they were still using paper slips to schedule aircraft, and we needed to bring that into the 21st century. Mr. Correll, could you elaborate on what kind of technological things that we need to do, not just for big companies like Amazon, but for other companies too, to help with this going forward? And then I would ask Mr. Jeffries and Mr. Spear if you could talk about what your clients or your organizations or your folks and members are doing to address these technological needs as well.
Excellent. Thank you very much for the question. I'll be brief to save time for my fellow witnesses as well. I think there's tremendous opportunity to use the airline as an example to understand what we can do better. So thank you for setting that in the way that you did. If we think about what happens when a truck driver arrives at a facility, oftentimes they come in, they stop at a gate. There's some interaction between the human and the driver to confirm that that driver is who they said they are and that they have the appointment time that they're supposed to. Then they can go to a staging lot where sometimes they have to get out of the truck, then take that paperwork into a desk, have that desk work checked, sometimes hand over their license, then come back to the truck and wait to be called. It's a paper-based system that is, I believe, antiquated, and we could do a lot better. And there are, in fact, already technological solutions on offer in experimental trials to make this whole system contactless. So I think that is a great notion. It should be a lot more like when we take a flight and I just show my boarding pass on my phone, and a lot less like flights were 20 or 30 years ago, which is how some of our systems are currently working. So that'd be the first area of improvement. And the second lesson that I would like to take from airlines is one of the things I work on is scheduling algorithms. So when you think about how do you schedule airplanes coming into an airport? Well, they have a set time, but we also think about things like how much fuel is in the tank of the airplane in the sky, and we can prioritize them that way. We don't do the same thing with our drivers' hours of service available when we schedule them for their appointments, and I really think we should. So those would be the two technological solutions I would certainly recommend.
Well, thank you. I think we need to look into how we can promote that. Maybe the other two could send their answers to the committee, because unfortunately I'm out of time. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. Next, we will move on with Representative LaMalfa.
Thank you. Appreciate it. This is a very important topic of this hearing, and glad we're having it today. Many facets of our difficulties, especially in California. I appreciate Mr. Perry and Mr. Spear's conversation about that a while ago on AB 5, and then the great idea of bringing it nationally with the PRO Act. If you want to talk about supply chain, and you want to talk about ability for owner operators and those, the mom and pop outfits to be able to do what they want to do in competing. So it's an important conversation to continue to have. So we see that our two largest ports in Los Angeles and Long Beach, they rank about number 328 and 333 out of 351 total in the world on efficiency. We had a port slow down, almost shut down back in 2014, 2015, when that helped bottle things up for California and the West Coast. The contributing factor is mentioned on AB5. It's all in the name of protecting workers, but these workers don't belong to other companies. They're independent. So it nearly wiped out all the independent contractors. So it even slopped over into Uber and Lyft and things like that, but it's extremely important in our trucking industry. And we also have the challenge with California Air Resources Board just arbitrarily deciding trucks made before 2011 we can't use anymore, even though they could be retrofitted and kept in good repair and do just fine. So that took a whole bunch of trucks out of our ability to operate. So can we talk, Ms. Reinke, can we talk about how those impacts are disrupting the supply chain from AB5 and from CARB? Could you emphasize that a little bit more from previous comment?
Sure. So there are about 250,000 plus trucking operations with 1 to 6 drivers as part of the total operation, which is about double what that was 10 years ago. So if you think about that, that's a thriving industry, and it's something that our members certainly rely on because that represents a vast majority of the trucking population. So if you are to take them out of the equation or alter their employment status, that could immediately reduce the capacity for truck drivers that we can use, or that people that have a job. They may not want to be part of a larger employer. They may want to employ themselves. It's sort of the American dream. They get to choose what they want to do. So if that removes capacity, our members would be very, very concerned about it. And obviously, if it's replicated on a nationwide, then that's when it could be a bet the company risk for our members. As for environmental regulations, our members obviously are very supportive of programs like EPA SmartWay and things like that. But one of the proposed regulations from CARB would hold our brokers who are not asset-based, we do not largely own trucks, responsible to be fleet owners and determine whether or not the trucks that are used are compliant with zero emission goals by 2045. So we only arrange transportation. We do not own the trucks. We are not implicated in the operation of trucks. So that would mean that our members would have to be involved. We think that that's a strong, strenuous overreach. It is not yet implicated, is not yet been fully regulated. We continue to petition CARB so that we can have some more right-sized regulation in that space.
Thank you. Mr. Spear, let me shift to you for a moment. When we're talking about how the drivers would feel about a vaccine mandate, what kind of reactions are you getting from them on that? Just all of them required for a vaccine to do business?
Yeah, I want to be clear and qualify this, that this isn't about being pro or anti-vax for us. We've been moving the vaccine, PPE and test kits. So this is something our industry is very forward leaning on. But in our sample survey of our fleets, it came back as 37% of our drivers not only said no, but hell no. Now let's just take a conservative number. Let's just say 3.7%, not 37%, were to actually leave rather than get the vaccine. That'd be catastrophic. We're already short 80,000. That's going to inflate it to 250,000. So for us, we've tried to be very clear with the administration that if you do this, I understand the logic behind it, but if you do this, these are the consequences. So if you're trying to solve the supply chain problem, you're actually compounding it and actually hurting the very problem that you're trying to fix on the vaccine side. So, be careful what you wish for here. I also don't think, Congressman, that OSHA has the jurisdiction to do this.
Yeah, the courts are seemingly holding that up too. So this whole mandate seems to be crumbling around them right now. It's out of line. Thank you. Mr. Cordero, let's touch quickly on the supply chain is something that should go both directions. You know, as we see about 3/4 of our containers are leaving the United States empty, are the figures we have. So to me, it seems important both ways. You should have full containers. If they're coming in, they should go out full. It's affecting our crops, affecting manufacturers and the economy. They're going to lose market share if they keep sending empties back. Would you touch upon what we could be doing better to fill the ships leaving with our products instead of letting them go empty?
Well, that's a great question, Congressman. I think there's been a number of years that not only the Federal Maritime Commission, but port authorities have advocated for a focus on increasing exports and again, supporting our export advocates and the American farmer, the American shipper. So what we could be doing, again, one way is that we're looking at is when we increase connectivity to the inland and create more efficiencies, that benefits our American exporters, particularly in California, where you have a high number of grain and agricultural products, and as well as the Midwest, of course.
Mr. Cordero, if you could sum that up real quick.
Sure.
Or put it in writing.
Yeah, sure. So on the empty issue, again, given the volume that we have, there's a big demand for empties with regard to the containers going back to Asia. That has been problematic. Hopefully, again, as we continue to move forward, it may be transitory in nature in terms of what we're looking for in terms of mid-year next year. But that is an issue that, again, we're attempting to address with regard to the empty containers here.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Sounds like a trade issue here we need to be enforcing as a country better. Thank you for that. I yield back.
Thank you. Next, I will recognize Representative Payne.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Cordero, in New Jersey's 10th Congressional District, I'm proud to represent Port Newark and its terminal operators that help keep the world supply chain moving. Port Newark Container Terminal recently completed a $500 million upgrade, increasing its cargo capacity by 80% and cutting its turn times by 25%. The terminal operator plans to further expand its infrastructure to meet the growing needs of cargo shipping. The Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, signed into law this week, invests $17 billion into port infrastructure. My question to you is, how would this funding help prevent future supply chain challenges?
Well, it's very important, very critical. It's a step in the right direction. I think, one way, an example in terms of the West Coast here is the rail connectivity. For the Port of Long Beach, we've had approximately $1.6 billion in the next 10 years authorized by our commission for spending on rail. So more specifically on dock rail. So I think, again, the $17 billion that you made reference is welcome news for this industry with regard to what we need to do in investing in port infrastructure. And the same with New York and New Jersey. I mean, my good friend Sam Ruda, executive director there, as you've indicated, they've done a great job in terms of investing in infrastructure. But again, it's far short in terms of what we need to do given decades of not investing in this industry.
Thank you. And Mr. Jeffries, on Precision Scheduled Railroading. As chairman of the Railroads, Pipelines, and Hazardous Materials Subcommittee, I joined Chairman DeFazio earlier this year in requesting a GAO study of precision scheduling railroading, including how PSR and related assets and workforce reductions impact the ability to meet the changing market demands. The use of PSR is concerning to me, especially when it leaves freight railroads significantly understaffed in the middle of the worldwide supply chain crisis. Your testimony describes efforts to reopen closed terminals and hire workers. What other steps have the railroads taken in right sizing their assets and workforces to meet the current market demands?
Thank you for that question, Congressman. And the term precision scheduled railroading gets thrown around a lot. I think it probably means a little something different to everybody who uses it. But this year, has certainly been unprecedented when it comes to demand. And as evidence of that, in my opening statement, I mentioned that over the first 6 months of this year, railroads moved more intermodal goods than they have in any 6-month period in their history, using the employee base that they had on hand without significant disruptions. We're also seeing, when you compare 2019 to 2021, slight uptick in industrial products movements. And that's in the face of a decrease in finished autos. Railroads moved 75% of finished autos. Those volumes have dropped off quite a bit given the semiconductor challenges that are facing that industry. So we look forward to moving more of those soon. I also mentioned the fact that coming out of the West Coast, our 2 primary railroads actually have significant capacity right now. We're prepared to take on significantly more international containers to get those to the center of the country. But you're absolutely right. There are areas where we're looking to hire additional employees. In many regions, we feel properly sourced for demand. The Chicago terminal writ large handled 11% increases in volumes year over year, maintaining a green level of fluidity throughout the month of October. But there are other areas where we are hiring across different crafts. And so it's not a one size fits all strategy. It's dependent on the characteristics of various regions. But I think the results we're seeing, not only to the operations based on our employees' dedication, are the results of decades of sustained private investment. We talk a lot about infrastructure investment. This industry is one that has put its money where its mouth is, quite literally, $25 billion a year annually back into our network. We have the highest rated infrastructure of any type in the country. And, we'll keep at it. But we're up for the task and we want additional freight.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. I now recognize Representative Balderson.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much, and thank you all for being here today and participating in this important hearing. My first question is going to go to Mr. Spear. Mr. Spear, thank you for being here. Really appreciate that, and the Drive Safe Act. Thank you for your kind words on that. I was a lead co-sponsor on that, and as you know, it did pass in the bipartisan infrastructure bill. In your testimony, you note the pandemic forced the temporary closures of state DMVs and truck driver training schools, hurting the already fragile pipeline of new drivers entering the industry. Are state DMVs and training schools back and fully operational, or are you seeing any lingering issues caused by the pandemic?
I appreciate the question, Congressman, and thank you for your leadership and support on that bill. Love seeing those provisions make it into that infrastructure package, and got more work to do, as you know, but appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, you're taking me back to some dark days. The early weeks of the pandemic, and everyone's trying to figure it out. Just be mindful that we had 3.5 million truck drivers still getting in those cabs, moving, running lanes from Ohio up to New York and restocking those shelves. Not just the milk, eggs, and bread, but I guess the 3 months supply of TP that a few people in this country think they needed. But there was a driver to make sure it got back on the shelf, and so there was a lot of impediments back then. The shuttering of rest areas, so to be compliant with rest breaks, you're now seeing trucks parked on shoulders. The shutting of the DMVs, certainly the medical certificates, the CDLs, CLPs, the renewals of those things, we needed exemptions from for a period of time while those DMVs were shuttered. We're starting to see that come back online. As far as training in schools, yeah, that was very difficult early on. I mean, it was nearly shuttered. And, that was obviously a contributing factor from going from 61,500 drivers short coming into the pandemic, now at 80,000. That backlog is now having to catch up. So it just takes time as we come out of the pandemic. You're starting to see us ramp up and address that. And hopefully those numbers will begin to go down. But getting people in with those CDLs is going to be key. And the DMVs and the schools have a big role to play.
Thank you for that answer. I'll follow up with you. I've spoken to your colleagues at the Ohio Trucking Association about the recruitment challenges they've had in getting young drivers through the certification process. A major hurdle that they've mentioned is the lack of financial assistance that's available to cover the cost of truck driver training programs. In your opinion, how much of a factor is the cost of training programs in preventing interested folks from pursuing a career in the industry?
Enough that we've got motor carriers paying the full boat in many instances, but that's not going to solve it. It may solve it for them, but it's not going to solve it, for those that don't have truck driving schools of their own and can afford that. So, 80% plus of our members are less than 20 trucks. Those folks don't have those luxuries. They've got to bring, in from recruiting or from those schools that they work with. So, it is an issue that I would say would be very beneficial to attracting more talent into the schools if they were to qualify for grants, just like any other. So, we would welcome that. I think that makes it even more attractive to alleviate that burden, get the proper training in place, get them, credentialed, and get them out there driving. So the faster we can do that and the easier we can make that process, the better.
Okay. Mr. Spear, I'm going to try to be a little brief on this one, because I know my time's getting short here, but during an agricultural hearing committee a few weeks ago, I was able to discuss some of the CDL and CPL waivers that previous administrations enacted at the onset of the pandemic with your colleague, John Sampson. Mr. Sampson noted the immediate benefits of some of these waivers, allowing truckers to obtain CDLs more efficiently. Do you think it would be beneficial to extend these CDL waivers and some of the other declarations throughout the duration of the supply chain issues?
I wouldn't go so far to say waivers, but certainly streamlining the system and making credentialing across the board easier. If you get your testing done in one state, but you're domiciled, meaning you live full-time in another state, those states don't recognize the testing and credentialing. And there's a gap there between it that makes the burden fall on that potential driver. We need to make that easier. And there needs to be federal leadership in making that happen. Working with DOT, the FMCSA, will hopefully streamline that, but it is an impediment and it's very impactful. So what John Sampson was citing is very accurate. I wouldn't just flat out exempt. We need controls in there. We need to make sure they get the right training and credentialing. But, we are an interstate commerce-based business. So as you're crossing state lines, the system has to accommodate that. And when it's just the state itself that's managing it, you get some channel conflict when you're crossing state lines. And having a little federal leadership at DOT, engage on that, work with the state DOTs should help really alleviate that at the DMV level.
Thank you very much, Mr. Spear. I apologize, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you very much. I now recognize the distinguished gentleman from California, Representative Lowenthal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to, before I ask my question, compliment you on how well you are conducting this hearing. I want to address my first question to Mr. Cordero. As you know, Mr. Cordero, I have supported changes to the Pier Pass traffic mitigation fee at the Port of Long Beach, as has also John Pocare, the port envoy. And I was glad to see the announcement that from December 1st to January 31st, fees will incentivize the use of off-peak hours, incentivizing the fuller adoption of 24/7 operations to ease the backlogs and reduce idling and ease community impact. Mr. Cordero, can you speak to the importance of these kinds of measures and to others which can help everyone in the supply chain scale up their efforts?
And thank you for your question, Congressman. Most definitively, we need to incentivize the industry to take certain measures. And the one that you're referencing, Pier Pass, was set up for that incentive. That is, when you move this year 20 million TEU containers, you cannot compact that movement in ordinary business hours. So what we're doing at this point is not only expanding gate hours, talking about a 24/7 framework, but also making sure that our shippers, when they take advantage of those extended gate hours, there's no cost involved in that. And thus the reason for, again, this movement to have the Pier Pass fee applicable to day gates and not night gates. So this is one step of many that we need to take to, again, address the bottlenecks and congestion in the supply chain, which again, the crisis has brought this forth, but this is an issue that has been, as you know, Congressman, a question of some of our major gateways in terms of the turn time issue here and what we need to do to have greater fluidity for the truck drivers.
Thank you, Mr. Cordero. I want to briefly touch, Mr. Cordero, on one additional critical issue for our community. As we know, the movement of goods has inevitable environmental consequences, particularly for frontline communities in the key corridors. I want to underscore that now is not the time to remove protections for those communities in the name of short-term efficiency. So my question to you, Mr. Cordero, is what is the Port of Long Beach doing, and what more can we do here in Congress to make sure that goods are moving safely, efficiently, but without increasing the pollution to these communities?
Well, I think I could say that both here in Long Beach and partnering with the Port of Los Angeles, our goal is to have zero emission from port operations. Zero emission as it relates to trucks and 2035, and zero emission as it relates to cargo handling equipment. So currently, I think it's welcome news that the Infrastructure Act that we have referenced also creates funds for electrical infrastructure. This is something that's going to be very key as we move forward to the next transition of what the truck community will look like. And I'm talking about zero emission. This is not a vision anymore. It's an actuality. So I think we need to get prepared for the necessary infrastructure that's required. I'm talking about the EV infrastructure. It's going to create more efficiencies and, more importantly, for all urban setting ports across the nation, friendlier with regard to the impact of what these emissions are to our neighborhoods and communities.
Thank you, Mr. Cordero. I just want to remind you and the other panelists that the bill, besides the Infrastructure Act, the Build Back Better Act, which hopefully will be passed by Congress and signed by the president, also deals with the need for infrastructure that will reduce the impacts of climate change. And so these are really a combination package. And with that, I yield back to our esteemed chairman.
Thank you, Representative Lowenthal. I will now recognize Representative Stauber. We will move on to Representative Van Drew.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm pleased that the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure is finally holding this hearing on the American supply chain crisis. I've always advocated for a strong domestic supply chain. It has been clear since the summer that we are in a supply chain crisis, and that the situation has become worse due to the inaction of those in power. To our honorable witnesses, I thank you and the millions of American workers that you all represent. Workers make our country strong. I want to give American workers every tool possible to be successful for themselves, their families, and our great country of the United States of America. I wish that we were meeting under better circumstances. The United States is on the precipice of a dark American winter. Our country faces self-inflicted economic ruin, rising food prices, rising energy prices, rising housing prices, backed up ports, unreliable product delivery, and an absolute labor shortage. This decaying economic environment is the direct result of liberal policies that have disincentivized business investment, flooding the economy with wasteful spending and telling people not to go to work. These abysmal policies pale in comparison to the Biden vaccine mandate. I want to state unequivocally that the single greatest threat to economic security is the Biden vaccine mandate. This vaccine mandate is legally absurd and existentially dangerous to our country of America. The rule being pushed by OSHA will force all businesses with over 100 employees to require their staff to be vaccinated. If a worker refuses to get forcefully vaccinated, then the employer will be forced to fire them. To be clear, this vaccine mandate is illegal. This vaccine mandate is unconstitutional. This vaccine mandate is the single worst idea to emerge from a famously incompetent administration. The Biden vaccine mandate will result in nothing less than the total implosion of the American economy. If this mandate goes through, there will be unprecedented mass resignations. Truckers, pilots, rail workers, sailors, construction workers. We know as a matter of fact that the vaccine mandate will result in resignations, up to a third of the transportation workforce possibly. If this happens, it will begin a vicious cycle of supply chain collapse that will send the United States of America into economic depression. OSHA and the administration are sleepwalking towards economic cataclysm of which we have never seen before. It is truly baffling, and I personally pray that the courts will stop them, as I think they will. I think back to President Abraham Lincoln's Lyceum address. If destruction be our lot, we must ourselves be its author and finisher. As a nation of free men, we must live through all time, or we die by suicide. This vaccine mandate reveals the hubris and detachment of this administration. The committee should use every tool at its disposal to prevent this impending catastrophe. I want to give our witnesses the opportunity to speak on the truth of this vaccine mandate and what it will do to our country. And I direct my question to Chris Spear, President and Chief Executive Officer of the American Trucking Association. You testified before a Republican supply chain roundtable last month. Could you please explain the harsh reality of what the vaccine mandate will do to the American trucking workforce? Thank you.
Appreciate that, Congressman. Again, as I said earlier, this is not an issue for us at ATA about pro-vax and anti-vax. It's a question of, if you do this, if you put this mandate in place, this is what's going to happen. So what we did is went out and surveyed our members, and the response we got was 37% of our driver force had indicated that they would not only leave, but they would definitely exit the workforce altogether, not just leave that carrier. So that's very problematic. 37% may be high. Even if you took 3.7%, it would be catastrophic. So that's a measurable impact and added weight on the supply chain and our ability to come out of the COVID era. So we're very, very concerned about that. I'm also very concerned about the fact that it picks winners and losers. What is up with this 100 threshold? The president got up and said, I'm doing this under my authority to protect the American people. Okay, well, what about the people that work for an employer under 100? Does their health and safety not matter? Why are we picking winners and losers here? It's to avoid public comment. It's about speed. It's about getting this ETS on the street as quickly as possible. Now, I'm not the sharpest knife in the drawer, but I know OSHA law. You know, the 50 years of that agency, the only 3 times that it's been amended, I hand wrote those for Senator Enzi, the late senator from Wyoming. And I know they have overstepped their jurisdiction here. This is not an employment-based hazard. They do not have the jurisdiction to regulate this. And I'm very confident in the Sixth Circuit as of yesterday that this is going to get bounced. So they've overstepped their boundaries here. And for all the reasons cited, I don't think this is going to have an impact on the supply chain because the courts are going to overturn it. And they should. They really should. We need to be forward leaning on the vaccine. We need to get people vaccinated. We're moving the vaccination.
You can summarize, please.
This is really an issue that we feel strongly about. And it's a distraction from what we need to be focused on with the supply chain.
I yield back and I thank you.
Thank you. I will now recognize myself. First, I want to start out by thanking all the witnesses that are here today, and I'll start with Mr. Cordero. Can you describe the nature of the working relationship you have had with the administration and the White House Supply Chain Disruption Task Force? Have you found those discussions to be productive, and are you confident in the administration's efforts?
Thank you, Congressman. Number one, those efforts have been very productive. A case in point, one of the issues that we have here at our ports is the constraint on our terminals with regarding as to capacity. So within a very short period, we've been able to address the loaded imports that have been at the containers for more than 9 days and reduce that amount by almost 30%. What that does, it creates more capacity in our terminals. Obviously, we need to move the cargo. So in that regard, I would have to say that the White House envoy, John Picardi, has had a very good impact in terms of his ability to get the stakeholders together to address this issue. That is, we need to roll up our sleeves. We're in a crisis, and we need to take measures to move the cargo. So in that regard, again, I really appreciate the prioritization of this issue that's led by the White House, and we're doing all we can here at the nation's largest port complex to, again, try to move towards transformational change of this supply chain.
Thank you. I understand the Maritime Administration and the Federal Maritime Commission are working with stakeholders to improve data sharing and transparency within the supply chain. What role will the Port of Long Beach and other ports across the country play in this data sharing? Mr. Cordero?
Well, it would be a significant role. I think what we need to move to is an integrated platform where, again, this industry moves forward and gets comfort in sharing data, again, to move forward the needle on visibility and transparency on the movement of cargo. So I think it's fair to say that every port authority is looking towards this digital transformation. So for this committee, I would urge that if there's ever a time for opportunity to fund these kind of capabilities for our port authorities to move forward and exercise that leadership, it is now. Because again, we're falling behind with regard to what the rest of the world is doing in terms of this technology.
Thank you. Can the rest of the panel comment on how their respective industries will be contributing to the data sharing initiative or how they will benefit?
Well, I think across the supply chain, we're all better served when we have better data, both given the integration of the work we do between modes, but also with our customers as well. You know, the world has gotten used to the Amazonification of the economy. I know when my pizza maker's putting pepperoni on the pizza that I've ordered. So visibility, information sharing, of course, is key. There's got to be some smart boundaries around it, some smart structure around it. But at the end of the day, I think we're all better served working together and with real-time good information. So conceptually, there's a lot to be done there.
And we are in agreement. As I said, data is the coin of the realm here. So anything that can encourage collaboration and cut red tape so that we can communicate and understand and have visibility, I think we want to be part of and understand, be supportive of.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, we would echo the same from Ann and Ann. Mario started with digital transformation. We like that concept. I think more transparency is good. It makes us all more informed. It also identifies exactly where the bottlenecks are. We can measure them, we can remedy them. So more transparency, it's a challenge. I mean, you're talking all these bottlenecks within the supply chain. We don't control all of them. Not any of us do control all of them, but seeing that panoramically is going to really provide some efficiencies. And that's really the wave of the future. If we can do that, I think it's going to make a difference.
Thank you. Mr. Regan, this week, President Biden signed the Bipartisan Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act and finally delivered on our promise to invest in our nation's crumbling infrastructure. Included in the bill is $2.2 billion for the Port Infrastructure Development Program. Can you elaborate how this investment in our nation's ports could help alleviate congestion at our nation's ports, and how we can make sure we are getting the greatest return on this investment?
Yes, and thank you for that question. You know, as the cargo volumes at ports have increased, the lack of comprehensive multimodal connectivity have contributed to, greatly to the congestion and delays. So the federal investment you referenced, the Port Infrastructure Development Plan, would be a huge boost to increasing that connectivity and that intermodal infrastructure of ports throughout the country. Multimodal port spending, 67% of ports say that funding is the single largest obstacle to constructing essential freight rail connectors. In my written testimony and in my spoken testimony, I mentioned how nearly half of U.S. ports state that better rail access could increase the throughput capacity by over 25%. So this is vital to making sure that we're moving goods off of the ships and then easily and quickly into the rest of the country. So this is a really, really important part. And I would also note that in the Build Back Better Act, there's an additional $5 billion of money for ports that is directly geared towards addressing the supply chain here.
Thank you very much. We will now move on to Representative Stauber.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And thank you to all our witnesses for being here today. Many of you are on the front lines trying to make the best of this crisis and working against all odds while sidestepping each roadblock this administration puts in your way. So I say thank you. Before going into my questions, I want to first highlight some of President Biden and his administration's views on the supply chain crisis, which really shows how much he cares about the issue and how seriously those in power are taking this. Quote, most of the economic problems we're facing, inflation, supply chains, etc., are high-class problems. This was from Joe Biden's chief of staff. White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki mocked the supply chain issues and laughed when asked about them, stating, quote, the tragedy of the treadmill delayed, end quote. Secretary Buttigieg said that our supply chain crisis was due to Biden and the administration being too good at their jobs, end quote. President Biden himself said recently that ordinary Americans, quote, wouldn't even understand, end quote, the supply chain. When asked if holiday gifts would arrive on time, White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki dismissively said, in quotations, we're not the Postal Service, end quotes. When asked about higher costs at the grocery store, Jen Psaki said, the American people are not looking at cost-to-cost comparisons from this year to 2 years ago. And I'll repeat that. Jen Psaki said the American people are not looking at cost-to-cost comparisons from this year to 2 years ago. I hate to be the wake-up call to this administration and maybe even to some folks in this room, but not everyone is spending their Thanksgiving in the millionaire and billionaire playground of Nantucket, like many people are. There are real, ordinary Americans who are really suffering because of the supply chain and inflation crisis this administration has caused. Right now, there are families in Hibbing, Minnesota, in North Branch, Minnesota, in Park Rapids, Minnesota, even in the President's Scranton, Pennsylvania, and Delaware, who are still figuring out how to put Thanksgiving dinner on the table this year. So my question is to Ms. Reinke. Can you please speak a little about what your industry is doing to fill in the gaps and support the supply chain despite the president's policies? And in addition to that, can you also speak to how the Democrats' liability insurance increase, what I like to call the quote trucker tax, would impact the supply chain? Ms. Reinke.
Thank you, Congressman, for the question. I'll answer your second question first. You know, we are radical pragmatists. Our members are literally just looking to try to find ways to improve efficiencies for their customers and build capacity for the motor carriers and intermodal companies that we work with. So if there is an implication, for example, raising the minimum insurance, we don't have a position on it, but if it affects the capacity of our motor carriers, if it cuts out smaller carriers who can't afford it, then that would be a concern for us. As for the first, what we're trying to do is, well, we're hiring like crazy, like all of us are. In fact, there have been, I think the first half of the year, 9,000 new brokers who applied for a broker's license and registered for a bond. And that reflects the amount of freight that's going on. And what we're trying to do, in addition to hiring like crazy, is really invest and engage in technology. And I think I've mentioned that it's visibility throughout the transaction. So what does that mean? That means having at the beginning of the transaction, we have what we call load boards, which shows what the freight is and how much, where the freight is and how much one would charge if you take it. Then you have the transportation management systems where you figure out, all right, what carriers are available and what route can we take it? And then you have the visibility into where is that container going, where can, you know, what is the timing on it, and how is it going? And then the last thing is the automated back end processes where we can pay automatically the carriers at the end of the transaction. So that's where really our money and our attention and our time is focused on.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Spear, do you have anything to add to that?
No, other than the fact that we really want to define efficiencies through collaboration. As you've seen the transformation over the last 10, 15 years, we really are intermodal. We do rely on one another. There's a lot of collaboration between Mario and myself. We represent industries that have to work together. And so, finding bottlenecks, finding inefficiencies, it's in all of our best interest to alleviate those problems. So any technology, any transparency is something that we're going to, commit to working and ensuring going forward that we can see more and do more as a result.
Thank you very much, and my time's up. I yield, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We will move on and recognize Representative Guest. No, Malinowski. Representative Malinowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A lot of commentary in this hearing about how we're in this situation, and I would start by saying what ought to be obvious, and that is that our inflation and supply chain problems are probably not the result of a bill that hasn't passed yet. They are probably not the result of an infrastructure bill that was just signed a couple of days ago. What we know is that we had a global pandemic, which resulted in massive economic downturns in the United States and all around the world. But then we did something that we've never done before. We actually helped the American people not just endure and survive this downturn, but to emerge from it with more household wealth than they did before they started. That's a success. That's something that we should all be proud of, and much of it was bipartisan. The legislation that helped our small businesses and families and workers stay afloat through the first year of the pandemic was supported by just about every single member of this committee. But so here's the situation. We have huge disruptions in production all around the world, workers not coming to work, workers sick, disruptions in transportation and bringing goods to market. But at the same time, the American people have more money to spend. And interestingly, they are spending it in different ways. So for example, last year, we saw a 32% increase in e-commerce because people were staying home rather than going to stores. They're ordering stuff online. And so with all of those facts, I think it's fairly easy to understand how we got to where we are. And I wanted to ask the witnesses maybe to comment a little bit on that, and maybe starting with Mr. Cordero. In your testimony, you brought out another remarkable fact, and that is that the ports of LA and Long Beach in the first 10 months of this year actually moved 17% more containers than they did in a similar period in 2018. And yet we have ships parked offshore, but we are actually moving more containers through the system. Could you say a little bit about why that is, what we know and what we don't know?
So thank you, Congressman. So yes, the ports will have a record year for 2021 in container movement. And in part, there's a myriad of factors as to why that is in terms of what we have before us. But one of the things that you mentioned that's very key is how we've been able to continue the trajectory on the economy in terms of the benefit of what we're seeing. And one of them is consumer spending. I think that's at a very high mark. E-commerce is a major factor in terms of our spending habits. We could buy online 24/7. So I think the good news is the consumer demand that's driving this and the business environment that, again, whether it's production, raw materials, and durable goods and so forth. So I think, again, the good news is it's a very good economy that we're seeing because of the policies that we've been putting in place here in the last couple of years. But the thing I really want to stress and say to this committee again, just remember that in 2010, a major economist here in this industry forecasted that if we did not invest and do something in terms of how we operate in the North American ports here in America, that in 2020, we would have some serious congestion issues. He was right on the money. And that's what I want to stress to this committee, that crisis set aside, we need to continue the prioritization of how important ports are to this.
Thank you. And we have just, thanks to President Biden and a bipartisan majority in the House and Senate, thanks to those courageous Republicans who joined us, we just approved a major investment in our ports that will help in the long term. I don't have that much time left. I did want to ask Ms. Reinke about the question of visibility in the supply chain. Somebody mentioned to me a few days ago that we actually have very little idea of where all these containers are. There are 20 million or so shipping containers around the world, but unlike aircraft and their passengers, there's no sensors on these containers. Is that correct? Would the system benefit from a greater investment in the technology that allows us to have perfect visibility of where everything is in the system? And should the United States be setting those standards?
Mr. Malinowski, you're out of time. I'm going to ask if they could submit that answer. Take that question for the record and submit the response in writing, please. With that, we will move on to Representative Guest. And Mr. Guest will be our last speaker because we're going to have to recess due to votes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To Mr. Spear and Ms. Reinke, I want to talk about something that each of you mentioned in your written testimony, and that would be the impact that the PRO Act would have on our transportation market. Mr. Spear, you say, and I quote from your written testimony, "I would be remiss if I did not address a piece of legislation that would be," and you use the words, "extremely harmful to the trucking industry and hurt the very workers it purports to help." H.R. 842, the PRO Act, includes a provision that would effectively bar the trucking industry from utilizing the independent contract business model. The implementation of a restricted national test to limit independent contractor status would jeopardize the livelihood of over 350 owner-operators, destabilizing America's supply chain and irreparably harming the economy. Ms. Reinke, you say there the PRO Act would change the way independent contractors are classified at the federal level and would make this a national issue and have devastating effects on the transportation market. Ms. Reinke, you also reference California Assembly Bill 5, which I believe is a precursor to the PRO Act, which you state there essentially bars independent contractors from operating in the state. It will further exacerbate the supply chain situation by narrowing the pool of available drivers and companies. And so to Mr. Spear and Ms. Reinke, I would ask if you would take a few moments and expand on the effect that the PRO Act would have, assuming that it was passed and signed into law, what effect that would have on our current supply chain issues and the economy as a whole.
I'll go quickly so Ann can comment as well, but I think the commentary that you cited from both of our testimonies certainly captures it, but add a little bit more color, it's going to remove choice. Simple as that. People should have the choice to decide their professional paths. This would remove that, which is why it's before the Supreme Court now. I believe they're going to hear it, and hopefully they rule correctly, because we believe that people should have the right to choose to be an independent contractor for whatever reason. If they want to be a seasonal worker, a part-time worker, have their own business on the side, that should be their choice. Forcing them to join a union, which is what this would do, is very destructive. It removes decades, since 1935 in the National Labor Relations Act, the balance that's existed for decades between unions and employers would remove all that. It would remove state right to work laws. It is just really rewriting everything to channel people into unions, which is the point. We're just removing choice, and that's anti-American, and we oppose it. I just think it would have added weight on the supply chain and make it even more difficult to resolve a lot of the issues that this panel's been testifying here today.
Congressman, if I may jump in here, as you know, there's been a lot of dumping on the PRO Act, and I'm a strong supporter of the PRO Act. Mr. Spear here references the balance between labor and management that's happened over the years. The balance has been inherently tilted against labor, against workers, and in favor of employment. And all of these various employment models we've seen emerge over the time have been in place specifically to undermine a worker's right to collectively bargain and undermine the worker's right to have more voice and more strength in the workplace. We are strong supporters of that. And the solution to our supply chain issues and the solution to strengthening our economy is not going to be by driving a greater wedge between employment and the workers. by making sure that people can't earn better wages and they cannot earn better benefits and retirement benefits. These are not going to be the solutions to our problem, and it's certainly not going to make a better, stronger economy for all Americans across the board. Thank you.
And
let's let-
Ms.
let's
Spear,
let
I
the
would
courts
assume
decide.
that, I would assume, Ms. Rinke, that you would take exception to those comments?
Yeah, I mean, in the mode of being a radical pragmatist, again, we're concerned it's going to completely remove capacity. I think Mr. Spear talked about removing choice. We're talking about removing capacity, meaning this is a highly successful industry. The owner-operator model, as I said, has doubled over the last 10 years. There's clearly a draw for people who want to own their own businesses, who want to have 1 to 6 trucks, who want to have that freedom and that liberty and that choice, as Mr. Spear said. So if that is now taken away from them, are they just going to leave the marketplace? Are they going to leave the industry because they don't want to be someone else's employee? That is what we're concerned about.
The PRO Act does not force anybody to join a union. It gives them more choice and a more fair choice that has not existed for decades.
We'll let the courts decide, Greg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. Since they have called votes on the House floor, the committee shall stand in recess, subject to the call of the chair. We will restart the hearing as soon as the last vote is over. I guess
The committee will reconvene at this time. I really want to thank the witnesses for their patience as the members had to go vote on the floor. Next up to question our witnesses is Congressmember Garcia from Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And of course, a special thanks to Chairman DeFazio for holding this hearing. And I thank all the witnesses for appearing today. The supply chain problems we're currently experiencing have affected all Americans, including the district that I represent. The additional investments in the Build Back Better legislation, combined with the record infrastructure investments that Congress just passed, will unlock our supply chain, help American workers, keep our economy growing, and lower inflation. That's why we need to pass the Build Back Better legislation. But I want to ask Mr. Regan if he would answer the following. Mr. Regan, many of my Republican colleagues, as you saw earlier, falsely accused President Biden of causing the supply chain crisis or ruining Christmas for Americans. What's your reaction to those statements from my friends across the aisle?
Thank you for that question. I know it's been, there have been many times during this hearing where I've been a little frustrated by the characterization of all of this stuff. This supply chain crisis has frankly been 40 years in the making. We detailed earlier exactly how the systematic industry practices that have happened in both the trucking and the rail industry have created this very inelastic system where the minute we had a surge in goods, we were completely incapable of being able to deal with it. Meanwhile, what President Biden has done with the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, which, by the way, all of my fellow trade associate members of this panel supported and hailed as the passage of in their testimony, that would actually direct a huge amount of money directly into our supply chain crisis and start addressing the infrastructure needs to help solve this moving forward. And I might add, many of the politicians that are talking today, have no comments about the previous president, who not only talked a big game, but didn't even deliver a proposal to solve any of these issues, let alone actually deliver on the promise of delivering on real investment and real movements towards investing in our infrastructure. So when I see things like hashtag empty shelves Biden alongside an out of context photo from the supermarket with empty shelves from an ice storm that was 2 years ago, or that Biden is ruining Christmas because some children may not get their Think Fun Gravity marble maze under the tree, while overlooking the fact that there are 37 million Americans living in poverty who don't even know where they're going to get their next meal. I get very aggravated by that. It's extremely frustrating because all they're doing with that type of commentary is exploiting a real crisis. And I hope that we can actually start talking about real solutions. And thankfully, I know that many of my colleagues here on this panel are talking about that, are talking about issues in their industry, and they are, and their testimonies talk about the benefit that President Biden's investment in the IIJA is going to have in this situation. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that. Mr. Regan, I want to turn to another subject, and that's railroad profits and job cuts. You note in your testimony that since 2014, Class 1 railroads have implemented precision scheduled railroading and cut their workforce by over 20%, if I heard you right, resulting in tens of thousands of job losses. At the same time, Class 1 railroads are reporting record profits in their most recent quarterly earnings. My first question on that is, in your opinion, is it fair to say that so many railroad workers are losing their jobs while railroads are doing as well as they ever have?
Yes, certainly by the profit margins. Yes, they're doing as well as they ever have. And if you look at since 2010, the railroads have taken back an astonishing $191 billion on stock buybacks and dividends alone. Meanwhile, the workforce has shrunk by 20% just in 5 years. And we've seen a drastic reduction in the built out infrastructure, on the physical infrastructure with the railroads. I think that there is a real cognitive dissonance between sort of what we're talking about in terms of investing and rising to the occasion versus what the practices have been for 5-10 years. And frankly, this is something we've been warning about for that amount of time. I think the first time I talked about this in front of the T&I committee must have been 2 or 3 years ago, but we started writing about it 5 or 6 years ago. This is not a new problem, and it wasn't an unforeseen crisis that sort of came out of thin air.
Well, thank you. And
Mr. Garcia, can I comment on that, please? I know we only have a few
30,
seconds.
I'm not finished yet. I got about 30 seconds.
Okay.
Let me ask you, what Congress or agencies like the FRA or the STB can do to help counteract negative effects of PSR and ensure a long-term robust rail workforce?
Well, certainly from the FRA perspective, I mean, we need to make sure that the operations are safe, and that's going to be the critical role for the FRA, is making sure that we continue to have a safe freight rail operations and that the reductions in workforce and the resulting operations changes are not creating an unsafe situation. So the FRA is going to play a key role there. STB needs to make sure that we're fulfilling, that the freight railroads are fulfilling their common carrier obligations that are statutory in nature, and they're going to make sure that they can properly regulate this industry.
Well, thank you, and I leave it to the chair because my time had run out.
I think it's convenient. I wasn't allowed to be able to respond there, but we'll do that in the record. Thanks.
Thank you so much. I will now recognize Congressmember Van Dyne for 5 minutes.
I'm interested, Mr. Jeffries, in your comments. Would you please take 30 seconds to just finish what you were going to start that you prevented from saying?
Sure, I'd love to. You know, we're a demand-based business. We hire based on the demands we're facing. And I think, as I said earlier this year, we moved more intermodal than we have in any 6 months period in history with the employee base we had. We kept the network fluid. We're investing $25 billion of our own money back into our network every year, the result of the highest graded infrastructure of any infrastructure in this country. We're not seeking bailouts from the government. We do support integrated infrastructure investment. And when it comes to safety, 2020, we had record levels of several of our safety measurements. Safest employee injury rate in the history of the industry last year, which exactly is what Greg is talking about timeline-wise. So the facts don't add up when with these claims. And so I think it's important to be able to rebut that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. During the last 11 months, I have marveled at the resilience of countless small and medium-sized North Texas businesses. They have worked through unprecedented and ever-changing problems to stay afloat. The stories I've heard at business roundtables and in tours across North Texas are not only a testament to the rugged spirit of our entrepreneurs, but also infuriating, as I've heard how the policies of our own government are dragging these good people down. Small businesses across our region are adjusting business models, changing food menus, finding new suppliers, and doing everything they can to battle against the biggest threat to their operations, which is the president of the United States. Mr. Reagan, I appreciate your comments on bashing the entire right side of the aisle, on our lack of being able to put through a transportation bill, but I'm also shocked that you would grab hold of what we just passed. I guess you are just a big fan of regulations, of supply chain woes. And while you think that the only thing that is the supply chain is hurting is, Tinker Toys are not being put under the Christmas tree, I would hope that you understand that we're also talking about life savings equipment. We're talking about medicine. We're talking about liquid oxygen that is actually providing people with a sustainable life. So it's not just toys that we're talking about is lacking in the supply chain, but other really important items. I have a question for Chris Spear, and thank you, Mr. Spear. I have listened to a lot of your testimony today, and you have been right on. And I want to thank you for your patience in dealing with what we've been doing for hours and hours, even though that was not on the agenda today. But the Port of Los Angeles has been America's busiest port for the last 20 years, and it handles 20% of all the incoming cargo for the U.S. The Port of Long Beach is the second busiest container seaport in the U.S., handling an annual estimated trade value of $170 billion. We're witnessing crippling supply chain disruptions at these ports now, but I worry that California's extreme policies related to labor and climate will only exacerbate these problems moving forward. So California's Air Resources Board passed a rule that says all short-haul drayage vehicles in ports and rail yards must be zero emissions by 2035, and all commercial trucks sold in the state must be zero emissions in 2045. Given the cost and limited market availability of zero emission trucks, as well as the operational challenges related to insufficient charging infrastructure for heavy duty vehicles, I'm concerned that the standards California is setting are unachievable and will cause further damage to the supply chain of our nation's two busiest ports. Mr. Spear, do you share my concerns regarding these extreme policies and future challenges?
Yeah, I thank you, Congressman. I think that what you're witnessing come out of CARB is a lack of stakeholder input, and it's clear it's not reflected in the 0.02 standard that they're proposing, the timeline for the electrification. It just cannot be met. It is just not possible to invent that kind of technology in that amount of time and have it adopted by our members. Now, both are represented by the ATA, so I've had both perspectives. We have met with Gina McCarthy at the White House. We have had lengthy conversations with EPA Administrator Regan on this issue to make certain that they understand that this is not being against the environment. We all want clean water, clean air, and we've been a participant in designing phase 1 and 2 of emissions. But on this third leg, this next phase, if they go with the CARB standard, 0.02, it is not possible. It is just simply not possible to meet it, and it's going to fail. And if it fails, then everybody looks bad. We can comply with 0.05. We've made that very clear to them. We can comply with timelines that are more reasonable to invent, adopt, and deploy that kind of equipment nationally. But letting California, this is not the United States of California. This is the United States of America. And letting CARB and California dictate the terms and conditions of all manufacturing across this country, because they don't want 2 lines of business, they want 1. And that's why we have it for 50 states, not 1. So this is really a reflection on where we are and putting good regulations that are clear and can be complied with. We favor that. We're fine. We're not anti-reg. We just want stuff that can be achieved. This is not.
And thank you, Mr. Spear. I appreciate you giving that all on the record. I yield back my time.
Thank you very much. I now recognize Congressmember Auchincloss for 5 minutes.
Thanks, Chair. Dr. Corral, my questions are for you and about the truck driver crisis in particular. Your research suggests that the truck driver crisis is not a headcount shortage, but rather an, quote, endemic undervaluing of our American truck drivers' time. You discussed the retention problem as well as staffing policies that, quote, de facto limit drivers to only 6.5 hours daily driving. Can you elaborate on those staffing policies?
Sure. Thank you for your question. So one of the things that I look at is what are the factors that contribute to drivers being underutilized, not getting as many hours per day driving as they would like to get. And I see that it has a lot to do with detention. So how slowly they are processed at facilities. The key indicator, I think, of what makes processing go faster or slower is how the facility is staffed. So when we look at how we can get more hours out of our existing population of drivers, I think it goes back to how are we processing them at the warehouses and distribution centers, and that's a staffing and planning question in my mind.
And I want to touch also on data collection. You made recommendations for better governmental leadership in data collection. Would it also be helpful for the federal government to study staffing policies like the misclassification of drivers and poor treatment and pay that have been highlighted by the unions like the Teamsters that may be exacerbating current supply chain issues and hindering our competitiveness?
I think so. I think my own experience is I don't study data related to the legal organization of the truck drivers in the data sets that I have. So that would be outside of what I previously studied. But I think anytime that the government could help us to organize a formalized study into the actual data of where the problems are, that's really what I'm hoping to bring to this committee's conversation. One of the things that I've noticed is that, as I work with shippers and receivers and truck drivers and say, all right, what's going on? It's almost like a Rorschach test where people repeat back to you either the most recent bad thing that happened to them or whatever their improvement hobby horse happens to be. And the real value of data collection is that we can all have those personal opinions, but we can weigh them against the greater aggregate data sets. So, and that's what I was hoping to bring to the community today. And I think going forward, that's the tool we have to find the solutions that give us the most bang for the buck when we make those investments. So I do think that would really help.
That reminds me of the aphorism that the plural of anecdote is not data.
Excellent, excellent.
The final question for you is the Los Angeles Alliance for a New Economy submitted recommendations to the committee for steps Congress can take to address current supply chain and future supply chain choke points. And those included supporting the PRO Act and protections for workers and encouraging the use of unionized companies or companies with labor peace agreements to expedite the clearing of backlog containers. Do you have a point of view on whether these increased protections and investments in the workforce would allow there to be better staffing policies and resolve some of the issues that you've raised?
Could you describe the protections just briefly that I should comment on?
Those encompassed in the PRO Act in particular.
I'm afraid I don't have a strong,
Basically, supporting the right to collective bargaining and protections in the workplace for union truckers.
So, yep, on that question, I've extolled all the good virtues of data. The bad side is that it's all necessarily historical. So I don't have, going back to pre-1980, those are the comparisons that I think would be most helpful, that I don't have. The notion that I would like to bring to this community, though, is that when we think about the role of labor unions as giving drivers a voice in how they're managed and how they're treated, historically, those were very strong voices, and over time, maybe they've lost some power, at least as I've read the situation. I've seen the rise of data collection as a way to amplify that voice. So drivers and entrepreneurs in the driver community are creating data sets that measure how they're treated at facilities and sharing that amongst one another, which is in its own way sort of a collective action, if you will. So sort of my bottom line take on it is I don't have data to speak to the organized labor force, but I do see within the driver community an effort to use data to harmonize their opinions and share them to improve the way they're treated.
Well, Doctor, I appreciate your empirical approach to this question. It's very much in the keeping of MIT's rigor, so thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, I yield back my balance of time.
I now recognize Congressmember Steele for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you all the witnesses coming out today. We have a crisis happening at our ports. Hundreds of thousands of shipping containers are sitting off the coast of California. These containers are full of essential goods like medical supplies, auto parts, and other basic everyday necessities. Congress cannot double down on failing economic policies that make life for American businesses and workers harder and more expensive. Additionally, this supply chain crisis has wreaked havoc on our environment. Myself, Congressman LaMarfa, and other members of California delegation will be sending a letter to Governor Newsom today asking to declare a state of emergency at our ports and across the goods, transportation, and storage distribution chain. I would like to submit it for the record. It's a letter here, Mr. Chairman, so I'm gonna submit this today. So my question is, Mr. Cordero, that, I just visited, recently toured the port with Darren Wright and other members of your team, and I learned a lot, but at the same time, that according to your testimony, that 24/7 operations will help to mitigate the current surge, but I heard at the port it was only 2 shifts that they were working. When they're gonna start working for 3 shifts for 24/7, that's what President Biden asked for, and it seems like it's not still doing it. So that's just really simple question, when, Mr. Cordero? I guess I don't see him here.
Mr. Cordero, is he still on? Okay, I'm sorry, Congressmember Steele. He had to leave, so I apologize. So we will ask him to submit answers for the record, in written answers.
So yeah, I'm gonna just ask that, these are the questions that I'm gonna do written ones, but if warehouse facilities are at capacity, how can drivers make deliveries? Do you think it was smart for cities to impose a moratorium on new warehouses and truck facilities? I need these answers from him later, so I'm gonna submit this. And then Ms. Reinke, that you mentioned specifically the regulations from my home state of California promulgated through the California Air Resources Board. What at the federal level can we do to rein in these regulations?
Well, as you know, California has a waiver, and so they can act without, sort of under their own authority. Certainly, the federal government could remove that waiver. That's one option. But another, I think, really is to try to right-size the regulations. And we want to work with the California Resources Board to understand. We understand being aspirational, but we also want to be pragmatic and practical. If this renders capacity scarce, or if it removes business opportunities from our members and they want to leave California, that doesn't actually help the state either. So if we can have a discussion with the state folks and there's an understanding and a mutual appreciation of that, I think that will go a long way.
Okay, I appreciate that. And then my third question is, Mr. Spear, you mentioned that there is currently provision in the PRO Act that would effectively bar the trucking industry from utilizing the independent contractor business model. Can you expand how similar provision in California affected this vital industry? Because we have AB 5 passed and it's been implemented since 2019.
Yeah, absolutely, Congressman. It's essentially the same. It's codifying that, which is the same issue, AB 5, that's now being considered by the Supreme Court, which just recently asked the Solicitor General to comment, which is a good indicator that they are looking at taking it up. So I firmly believe that's the place to have this decided. And we need to make certain that these laws take into account all occupations and the freedom of choice, and independent contractors would be robbed that right if this were to proceed under AB 5 or the PRO Act. So we want to preserve that. They choose that occupation for a number of reasons. Let's let them have that right. If they want to join a union, that's their decision too. That maintaining that balance is very, very important. That's what I'm referring to, that's been preserved for multiple decades since the 1935 National Labor Relations Act. So, I firmly believe that's the way it should be, and we shouldn't mess with it.
Thank you very much. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I now recognize Congressmember Bordeaux for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for holding this hearing today. We have all seen firsthand the negative implications of the ongoing supply chain challenges on public trust and on the economy. It's clear from today's testimony that more work needs to be done to ensure that in the long term, we have a supply chain that is resilient and can be flexible to global incidents. In October, I introduced the Bipartisan Supply Chain Act, HR 5479, with Representatives Kitzinger and Kelly, which would establish an Office of Supply Chain Resiliency and Crisis Response within the Department of Commerce to monitor supply chains of critical goods and materials and plan for and respond to supply chain distributions. It's clear from everyone's testimony today that it's going to take all of us to fix our supply chain and make it resilient over the long term. My bill would encourage partnerships and collaboration between the federal government, industry, labor organizations, and state and local governments. My question is for Mr. Reagan. Can you speak to the importance of a coordinated response to the supply chain challenges? Why is it important for labor organizations to be included in these conversations? And how could the federal government, using an office like this, help build better coordination across the different actors who are involved in supply chain decisions?
Thank you for that question. I think it's vitally important that we have a comprehensive approach to all this that takes in all the various industries and factions or factors of our supply chain. And I think you see many of the people testifying today would argue the exact same thing. I mean, we need to be coordinating across trucking, rail, maritime, ports, warehouses to make sure that we are addressing this problem systematically and not just piecemeal. And I think labor is an important voice in all that. And it's something I said in my testimony where, our members are the ones on the ground. They see in real time where the choke points are, where the backlogs are, where the processes that aren't quite working are contributing to the problems are really playing a huge role. So I think it needs to be a comprehensive conversation with business and labor. And together, I do believe we can find some very meaningful changes to this to solve this problem for the long term.
Thank you so much. I yield back.
Thank you very much. I now recognize Congressmember Fitzpatrick for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is for Mr. Reagan. Mr. Reagan, thank you for being here with us today. Incentives are a powerful force in attracting people to jobs, and we need men and women working now more than ever. Mr. Reagan, do you think that better incentives in freight rail and trucking jobs would help to solve the supply chain crisis? And if so, what kind of incentives do you find to be the most effective?
Yes, and thank you so much for the question, Congressman. Certainly, I think one of the reasons we're seeing people leave the workforce or not being attracted to these industries is because the compensation is just not there for what is admittedly very difficult and very hard work. So I think job stability, better safety protections on the workplace, higher wages and benefits, all of these are important parts of making sure that we build and retain a skilled workforce in these industries.
Thank you, sir. Secondly, there's been a lot of talk about the PRO Act today. It was a bill, obviously, as you're aware, sir, that I'm a proud original co-sponsor of. Mr. Reagan, do you think there would be more employment stability in many supply chain jobs if the PRO Act became law? And if so, how could that stability help to end the current supply chain crisis?
Yes, and again, thank you for your co-sponsorship and your leadership on this issue. It's always been refreshing to hear you talk about this one. You know, one of the things that the PRO Act does is, I think what's really important is properly classify the relationship between employers and employees. Part of that important relationship means that you have an opportunity to obtain things like retirement benefits, healthcare, better salaries, the right to collectively bargain, not necessarily forcing someone to join a union, but giving them a greater opportunity to join a union if they choose to do so. When you do that, and we've seen this across many industries, wages for all people, whether union or non-union, raise when we're able, they go up whenever we're able to see improvements in the employment standards. You see that on the aviation side, frankly, where we have a very, very high union density and still very highly profitable private airlines, where the standards across the board are increased because of the high union density we have there. And that's the reason why you see increasing numbers of people choosing to join unions in that industry. So I would argue that, you know, labor is not an enemy. We don't want to drive away business. In fact, we want to work with our employers to create stronger businesses and grow our economy and create more jobs. And we can do that, especially when we're able to have a seat at the table and we're not just operating on unfair labor standards or labor practices, which have been in existence for years now.
Thank you, Mr. Reagan. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you very much. I now recognize Congressmember Wilson for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman DeFazio, for today's hearing. I am so proud to be one of the 5 Democratic co-sponsors of the Historic Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. And I am just so proud to do that. Mr. Reagan, how will this infrastructure investment in IIJA, like the $2.2 billion provided for the Port Infrastructure Development Program, be critical in preventing supply chain problems in the future? As chair of the Florida Ports Council, I'm proud of this accomplishment.
Thank you, Congresswoman. And yes, thank you for your leadership on this issue. As I've mentioned earlier, you know, multimodal connectivity has been a sustained problem, and one of the reasons why we've contributed to congestion and delay in our freight systems. 67% of ports say that funding is the single largest obstacle to constructing essential freight rail connectors at the ports. And nearly half of all U.S. ports say that better rail access would increase the throughput capacity by 25%. This investment, the direct investment through this $2.2 billion, would help address that issue, give more ports access to the type of facilities they need to be more responsive to the increase in freight and be more responsive, be better able to move the freight off the ports and into the rest of the country. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Reinke, I know the supply chain workforce has significantly decreased in recent years. Do you have any recommendations on ways to increase the workforce?
Congresswoman, thank you for the question. Yeah, we have had trouble, as all of our industries have necessarily, of attracting people into the workforce. One of the things that we are looking at is, are there programs at universities that can, like MIT's, make logistics and transportation jobs more understandable to new recruits, people who are just coming out of school. We would love to attract them. That is a #1 issue for our members, is recruiting people into the workforce for really high quality, great jobs.
Thank you. Mr. Jeffries, with the IIJA now enacted, how will the significant investment in our nation's railroads help the industry tackle the current supply chain challenges?
Well, thank you for that, Congresswoman. I think it's important to remind everybody again that by and large, freight rail is privately financed, privately invested. But you're absolutely right that we need a fully invested integrated supply chain. And so my colleague, Mr. Reagan, mentioned those intermodal connectors at ports. We think those are huge opportunities for investment, huge opportunities to get more goods moving by rail out of the ports. And quite frankly, the supply chain and the integrated infrastructure network won't work unless we're fully investing across both the private and the public side of it. So we support the legislation. We think there's a lot of great opportunities to put dollars to work and make real progress here.
Thank you so much. Mr. Spear, how will the IIJA's investment in the highway system and workforce development, which was just signed by President Biden, help the trucking industry fix these issues?
That's huge, Congressman. Absolutely huge. We're talking a 38% increase each year in road and bridge funding. That's historic. It's never happened before. So that is very profound. It's something we've waited for a long time to get. That's our shop floor. That's where we get the job done all across the country and every congressional district, including yours. So we're thrilled about that. And it's also going to allow states to plan. So no more of this patch every year. They can now plan big ticket projects 1, 2, 3, 4 years out with the certainty that they're going to get the money. So you're going to see major bottlenecks, congestion in your state go down, and a lot more movement of freight and getting customers and food and so on the shelves much quicker. So these are all good things. And I go along with what Ian and Greg said about those intermodal connectors at the ports. Those are a big deal. 70% of those in the country are local and state jurisdiction. The money's got to get down there, because if you look at the heat maps on where the congestion is, it's in those corridors. So this is really going to go a long way through the IIJA to get that money where it's needed most and alleviate that congestion.
Thank you so much, Mr. Cordero. How can we ensure that the workers are properly supported so this framework can have a strong foundation to succeed? And what role can the federal government play? Mr. Cordero?
Mr. Cordero, you're up. Mr. Cordero has left and your time has expired, but it was a very good question. Our next, I now recognize Mr. Stanton. Excuse me, Mr. Mast, for 5 minutes.
That's okay.
It's your turn.
I understand. I also had a question for Mr. Cordero, the port director for Long Beach, which moves, I want to say, or rather, allows for about 40% of those containers to come into our country. He's not here, so I guess I'd rather make a little bit of a statement on that because I can't ask him a question. It would simply be an advice that those shippers overseas, given the difficulty that it can be to manifest ships once they've left their point of origin with CBP and other agencies, that they highly consider moving some of those vessels towards Florida. Florida, as of today, has capacity for about 4 million containers right now. Can move ships that contain up to 14,000 TEUs. And I want to say, I believe it's real-time information that the Port of Long Beach has a backlog of about 111 container ships as of today. So I would make that recommendation for those looking to depart Asia to consider moving to the ports of Florida, Miami, Port Everglades, Tampa, Jacksonville, Palm Beach, the ports there. You consider that a shameless plug, don't you? My colleague next to me is laughing about this. I think it is important to consider that when you look at that backlog of what's going on there. But because Mr. Cordero isn't here, I'll just touch on a couple of other things because they're likely coming to a head this Friday with what's known or what's labeled as Build Back Better. And I would asked a couple open-ended questions to the remainder of our panelists. Do any of our panelists see 80,000 IRS workers as a part of improving or fixing our broken supply chain? Or maybe I could ask it another way. Do any of you panelists believe that those 80,000 additional IRS workers are going to be there to help expedite refunds to individuals and businesses and others, or are they there to help collect?
Congressman, I can't speak to to what the IRS employees will be doing, but I do know that there's $5 billion in there directly that will be spent on addressing the supply chain issue. And that is not going to be going through the IRS. That's going to be going through appropriate port funding channels.
Thank you for speaking up, Mr. Reagan. Of that $5 billion, would you say that the $200 million going to Speaker Pelosi's Presidio Park would be part of that $5 billion that you're adding up, or is that something different?
I'm restricting my comments to the money that will address the supply chain, which is, again, the subject of this hearing.
So it'd be fair to say those $200 million in that program would not be addressing the supply chain. That would be a fair thing to say. Mr. Reagan, in your opinion?
I'm not going to comment on any of the other aspects of the bill. I will say that there's $5 billion in there to address supply chain problems at our ports.
Does $200 million for the park, does that help the supply chain?
Again, I'm not going to comment on the $200 million on the park.
You know, this is the kind of stuff that pisses people off around the United States of America. They know perfectly well that $200 million to Pelosi's Park doesn't do a thing to help Build Back Better or help America's supply chain or Thanksgiving or Christmas or any business or corporation or anybody that wants to get a good or anything else from A to B. And you're sitting here pretending as though you don't have an answer to it. You really just don't want to answer the question. People are not ignorant to that fact.
Sir, with all due respect, that is a large bill, and we support the bill. There's also really significant money for transit in that bill and transit training operations, which we support. As you know, there are a lot of priorities, including in environmental issues. There's a lot of issues in there for different aspects of our economy that, frankly, many of the people in the majority believe we need to address. So all of those are not going to address supply chain. Your question was about whether that specific one would address supply chain. No, and neither would the transit fund money. But right now, the subject of this hearing is supply chain. And there is $5 billion that will go through the Department of Commerce specifically to address a supply chain crisis.
I appreciate you addressing my question directly. Took a couple minutes, but I appreciate you doing it nonetheless. In that, I will note this. I did not hear in anybody's testimony. I only have a few seconds remaining. I did not note in anybody's testimony anybody quoting Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg saying that the reason that we have these supply chain issues is because the president has successfully guided the economy out of the teeth of a terrifying recession. I didn't hear that in anybody's testimony. And in that, my time has expired, and I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Mast. Mr. Stanton, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Until the COVID pandemic, most people gave little thought to the various levels of the supply chain that got the goods they needed and wanted delivered to their homes or nearest store. Today, the supply chain, the bottlenecks, the increased prices is the topic of many conversations in Arizona and throughout the country. Everyone, shippers, transporters, workers, businesses, and consumers, is feeling the impacts caused by the disruption, a disruption unlike anything we have seen in recent times. Cargo ships docked off the coast of California in traffic jam, waiting for the chance to unload has become a common sight, along with ports packed with containers. Each level of supply chain has been affected. For those businesses fortunate enough to receive the goods they have ordered, they've had no choice but to adjust accordingly to account for the delays in shipping and associated storage costs that have increased dramatically. Bottom line, consumers are feeling the impacts of prices, straining already tight budgets many families are facing. There's not just one cause of this disruption. It is a perfect storm. A global pandemic that shut down factories that produce goods for the U.S. market, a further reduction in the number of seagoing routes and vessels to deliver cargo, and a surge in consumer spending on durable goods that caused a spike in shipping demand, among other causes as well. The short-term challenge is untangling the stranglehold this disruption currently has on the supply chain, but at the same time, we can't take our focus off of long-term solutions to secure the supply chain and ensure its resiliency going forward. I did have a series of questions for Mr. Cordero. Fortunately, he was not able to stay for the hearing. I'll ask that those questions be answered in writing for the record, but I will ask a question for Mr. Regan. I know he's answered similar questions previously, but please take the time to answer it again. What steps do you believe industry should be taking to provide better resiliency in the supply chain?
Thank you for the question. Frankly, I think investing in the workforce is going to be a critical part of that. We need to expand capacity, and that means making sure that we have the personnel to be able to do that as well. I think that's true in every aspect of the supply chain. Also building out in their physical infrastructure. And I know the government is going to make a very large investment to help with some of that. But making sure that we have the equipment that we need, so that we can expand the workforce and do it safely is going to be really important here.
Thank you, and I have a little bit of additional time, so I'll open up that same question to any of the other members of the panel. What steps should industry be taking to provide better resiliency in the supply chain?
I think, Congressman, the collaboration we've been alluding to throughout this hearing is very important amongst the modes. And you've seen this transformation over the last 10, 15 years where we do collaborate more. Ian and I have been going back and forth in terms of the relationship between trucking and rail. It's grown stronger as a result of the integration of the supply chain. And, we're one of rail's biggest customers now. We're a partner. We also really need a lot more transparency across all modes. And I think, as we've referred in the previous commentary about digital transformation, that will really be key in terms of better visibility on where the choke points are, better coordination, better throughput. Even if we don't have the workforce that we need, increasing turns, for instance, is going to elevate and increase capacity, and you don't need more drivers to do that. So these efficiencies really are measurable, and they'll also help alleviate the driver shortage. So these are all things that I think are key amongst that collaboration.
Thank you, Mr. Spear. Any of the other witnesses want to give advice on that question? What can we do to better provide resiliency, please?
I think just sustained investment is key. We didn't get here overnight, and in order to work out long-term solutions, freight demand is only going to continue to grow in this country. I know we're seeing unprecedented demand right now on the international space in particular, but freight demand is going to continue to grow. Between maximizing the use of the infrastructure we have with sustained investments, utilizing technology to make that use more efficient, increasing safety, obviously dedication to having well-skilled, well-trained employee bases in our respective sectors. It's an all the above strategy that requires a lot of coordination and absolutely visibility and information sharing across the supply chain is kind of the link to keep all of us together.
Congressman, if I could, I'll just go back
Please.
to the 3 I's that I said at the beginning of my testimony, which is investment, innovation, and interaction amongst all the modes and stakeholders in the supply chain. I think all of us are doubling our efforts to invest as much as we can, to innovate as much as we can, and you can see how well I think we're collaborating across on this panel.
Thank you for those outstanding answers. I'll yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Stanton. Mr. Graves, you're up next. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I want to thank all of you for your endurance today. I know this hearing's gone on very long, and I also know that y'all have covered a lot of topics. I've had to jump in and out today, so I hope that you haven't covered these questions. But I'm curious, all of the attention has been on the backlog at the ports on the West Coast. Mr. Correll earlier in his testimony was talking about digitizing or sort of bringing technology to the transportation industry. Ms. Reinke, I'm curious, why is it, or are there opportunities to bring other ports into the fold to help relieve some of the congestion that we're seeing on the West Coast?
Yes, thank you, Congressman Graves. I appreciate the question. Sure, I think there are a lot of competitive ports all across the East and West Coast, and Congressman Mast just touted a few in the state of Florida a few minutes ago. Yes, but if it's coming from Asia, typically it would just add on cost to have it go further than California. So it's not that it's not an option. In fact, many beneficial cargo owners and many of the retailers that we've talked about are already doing that just to get out of the congestion of the West Coast ports, but it just tacks on a little bit more expense, which ends up getting passed on to the consumer.
Sure, but there's obviously expense with the backlog as well. And I appreciate Mr. Bass bringing it up. Florida does have a couple of cute little ports, but we have 5 of the top 15 ports in America, which I think is important to bring up. And while we're talking to you, I do want to apologize about Mr. Davis earlier in the hearing. I know that he was talking about something over your shoulder and all this stuff. I did call him because it looked like he was really struggling with substantive questions, and so I was trying to give him some ideas, but he didn't take the call. But let me jump back in. So could you talk a little bit? And again, I know that some of y'all covered this earlier, but just can you talk a bit about some of the issues about the chassis and the containers and kind of the adaptability of those, how that's further complicating the supply chain issues that we're experiencing. And also, I've heard folks bring up this street dwell issue as well, where containers are sitting out kind of longer before they're cycling back into the system.
Is that for anybody?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
All right. Well, Congressman, I mean, you're hitting the nail on the head, and my gosh, it's probably an hour-long answer from all of us. We'll try to condense into about 30 seconds. But
now, of course, you're talking about Ronnie Davis being.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
No, that's more of a, it'd take longer than that. But, what happens, and I'll just speak from the rail experience, what we were seeing August timeframe and some of the large intermodal yards in the central part of the country is you had volumes coming in from the West Coast at a rate that were exceeding the ability of containers to be taken out of the yards. In other words, you're only able to get so much out of the yard, and what's coming in is overwhelming that. And at one time, one railroad had over 20 trains of intermodal parked outside of the Chicago terminal, and that's an equipment issue because it's a misplaced equipment issue. One, those are containers that are just sitting there. Two, those are locomotives that are stranded assets that should be going back, taking empty containers back to the West Coast, picking up more goods, bringing it back. And that just starts to back up the entire system. On the chassis side, if you go to Chicagoland right now, around all the yards, every single warehouse has a for hire sign. But also you see containers sitting on chassis in the parking lots because the warehouses are full. And so again, those are chassis that aren't getting their turns in and coming back for more pickups. They're sitting there not being used. And so that has a very quick reverberating effect throughout the entire supply chain. And I'm sure Chris could tell you the same type of situation. It affects all of us.
Yeah, actually, Mr. Spear, I'd love to jump in, maybe a little bit different question for you. I saw where the Ports Belly and Long Beach are announced a fee to be charged to ocean carriers for containers that dwell on property for more than, I think it's 9 days for ocean and maybe 6 for rail, something like that. Can you talk a little bit about how that may influence what we're seeing in supply chain challenges right now?
Well, it's just not going to influence it because it's not going to make it any more efficient. Penalizing people when we know what the problem is, and Ian just perfectly outlined it. It's turn time. It's getting more space, the ability to stack more. They were limiting it to 2 in California. They had to lift that local ordinance so that you could double the stack. Just because we didn't have enough yard space to put all the empties in the full containers. So we need more room, moving more inland and positioning in open space next to rail, next to us, where we can, have more capability to move the containers is really critical. And you can do a lot of that with efficiency, and it will help address and alleviate the driver shortage, because if you can improve, turn times, you're moving more throughput, and that's obviously a tremendous benefit, very measurable. So getting those inefficiencies out of that choke point are absolutely essential. I think we're all pretty well aligned on that.
Mr. Spear, thank you
Great.
very much. Your time has expired.
Thanks again
Mr.
for all of you.
Graves. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'll recognize Mr. Garamendi for his 5 minutes. There's going to be a lot of discussion about this problem. We've already spent several hours at it, and I'm not sure we've come to a solution. because it is a multifaceted problem. It extends all across the nation. It also extends from the fact that we basically were all at a stop sign for a year or so. Suddenly the light turned green and everybody hit the accelerator, and we're now all jammed up at the next stoplight. So what can we do? There are some things that can be done to address the known problems. Certainly the transportation bill that we've already discussed in this committee and was signed by the president a couple of years ago, a couple of days ago, that bill will undoubtedly provide solutions for the future, but not immediate. There's some things that we can do to deal with the underlying problems that we have a tremendous imbalance in trade. And one of the things is to better utilize a government agency that basically has been without the power to address some of the problems, but not all of them, and that would be the Federal Maritime Commission. It's been around for a long time. Its purpose in law, as established over many decades, is to make sure that there is a fair balance of power within the shippers from the United States and the importers into the United States, and that the ocean shipping companies, carriers, are involved in a way that is fair. However, unfortunately, the Federal Maritime Commission does not have the power to really enforce. It can do some studies, but it can't enforce and can't deal with the problem of demurrage charges, which I was told by an importer of Christmas trees and wreaths and the like, $4 million a day, because his containers containing those Christmas goods are at the bottom of the stack of 4 high containers, and he's being charged, in his view, and I would say in my view, unfairly, nor from the exporters of rice, prunes, almonds, wine from California, who cannot get an empty container because the empty containers are, when they are available, are immediately put back on the ocean carriers' ships so that they can go back to the Western Pacific, China principally, and receive perhaps several times, maybe 10 times more fee than if that container were available for the California exporters. To deal with this, Congressman Dusty Johnson of South Dakota and I have introduced a bill called the Ocean Shipping Reform Act, H.R. 4996. It deals with this by providing a mechanism in which the Federal Maritime Commission can operate to create a fair playing field. Importing into the United States is not a right, but it is an opportunity, and it has to be an opportunity that is fair both to the importers and the exporters, and one in which the ocean carriers are acting responsibly. So the Ocean Shipping Reform Act, and this is a question for Ms. Reineke, and I thank the Transportation Intermediate Association for their endorsement of this legislation, this bipartisan legislation, which we think will soon be bicameral. The bill does empower the Federal Maritime Commission to set rules for marketplace competition and fairness to ensure that trade with countries in Asia, in the Pacific region, is reciprocal, and that foreign flag ocean carriers provide reasonable opportunities for American exporters willing to pay for a privilege. Ms. Reineke, we thank you for your support of the bill, and if you'd care to comment on it, I would appreciate it.
Well, thank you, Congressman. And your staff and the staff of Congressman Johnson's did such a tremendous job explaining the legislation and having our members understand it. You really actually, it was so compelling. We sort of endorsed it there on the spot. So we appreciate that. And the fact is these shipping laws haven't been modernized in 20 years. You're looking to establish a fair playing field. That's really, I think, all anyone would ask. We appreciate your attention to that issue, and hopefully that can really unlock some of the congestion and some of the problems that we're seeing in the port. So we appreciate it.
Thank you very much for your response. We hope to move this bill expeditiously before Christmas holidays. It may not solve the problem, but it'll certainly be a wake-up call or a slap across the bow of the ocean carriers and those that are operating in an unfair way, that the reform is coming. With that, I yield back my remaining time and turn to Mr. Johnson.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I would start by associating myself with your comments on the Ocean Shipping Reform Act. I'm proud to lead it with you. Your leadership has been critically important. We built a lot of momentum. 200 national groups have endorsed this piece of legislation. Dozens of our colleagues on both sides of the aisle have signed on as co-sponsors. And I, like you, share your optimism for building progress toward this even before the end of the year and continue to move this forward. So well said, Mr. Garamendi. And then, Mr. Chair, secondly, I would like to ask unanimous consent to insert a statement from the Shippers Coalition into the record. I believe your staff already has a copy, sir.
Without objection, so ordered.
Very good. And then finally, I've got questions for Mr. Spear. Mr. Spear, I appreciated your mention of the Drive Safe Act pilot program, which has been mentioned a number of times today, would allow safe drivers under 21 who are accustomed to driving intrastate to also drive interstate across state lines. And as you note, 49 states already allow these drivers to go out and help our economy run driving. And if you can drive all over South Dakota, why can't you drive from South Dakota over the state line into Iowa? I'm not sure that's ever made sense to me. And that's why I led 80 of my colleagues in urging the administration to implement this program. And of course, as you know, sir, I appreciate ATA's support of our efforts. Beyond that, of course, I'm committed to pursuing any avenue to try to make our system run more efficiently and to make better use of these great driving resources, these great trucking resources. And that's why I was quite surprised and more than a little concerned to read of some of the purported inefficiencies detailed in Mr. Carell's testimony. And so, Mr. Spear, I just wanted to give you an opportunity to add your analysis and your thoughts related to that MIT study and report.
I appreciate that, Congressman. And just at the outset, I want to echo and support. ATAL supports the bill that you and Congressman Garamendi have introduced on ocean shipping reform. It's an outstanding piece of legislation. So I commend you both for your leadership on that and on the Drive Safe Act. And to your question, I have looked at that study and quite candidly, there's a difference between academia and reality. And I'm not bashing academia and certainly not going to bash Dr. Carell or MIT. It's an outstanding school. But my world is in the reality, and the people that I deal with are real hardworking people. And they choose different lines of work within our industry, which is extraordinarily diverse. We're talking 1 in 18 jobs in the US is trucking related, and the top job in 29 states is a truck driver. So this is a powerhouse in terms of moving freight. We move in trucks 72.5% of the domestic freight in this country. So no small task. So when we talk about underutilization, I don't honestly know what the heck that means, because there's over 6 million people in this country that have a CDL. That doesn't mean they're an active driver. They could be retired, they could be part-time. It just chose, my safety policy vice president has a CDL. He doesn't drive, but he's counted in that number. So you really have to dig deep and diversify the various segments within our industry to understand what's working, what's not, why they come back into the workforce, why they leave, the type of segment that they want to drive for, whether it be long haul or, short haul, where they're home at night every night with their family. So this is a very diverse question that's not easily answered. And you really have to spend some time, Congressman, with real people like in your district to understand what the ins and outs and why they make the choices they do. So I just really struggle to see how that could be captured in one report.
Well, and I think a lot of that is well said. I mean, I would note that Mr. Carell's analysis indicated that increasing the amount of actual drive time on any given day by the people who are currently driving, 1.8 million, not the 6 million, would be equivalent to adding 80,000 drivers. Well, if that's even close to true, that could be a powerful part of the solution. And so I would just say to you, Mr. Spear, Mr. Carell, to anybody else, if there are things that our federal government or that state governments are doing that makes it harder for drivers to dedicate the their time during their day to actually moving freight, you just got to let us know, because it just won't be a Republican passion. It won't just be a Democrat passion. You will find nearly every member of this committee committed to finding safe ways to get safe drivers driving more. By all means, let's get new drivers in the industry, but let's better utilize these unbelievably talented professionals.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. And
I
to be
agree on
fair
the
to-
point of underutilization, but I'm afraid Mr. Spear has mischaracterized our study in his comments.
Thank
Well,
you very much.
Just to be fair, the
Mr.
question, if I could just
Mr.
very
Johnson,
quickly respond to it.
Excuse me, gentlemen. You've had your chance, and you may have your chance again, because Mr. Johnson's time has expired. I'll leave the two of you. We'll get you your common telephone numbers, and you can complete that debate. Ms. Gonzalez-Colon, I yield 5 minutes to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will take, you were mentioning a few minutes ago the situation with the Federal Maritime Commission. And I agree in some of the points you made, but I understand that under Commissioner Rebecca Dye, she led the industry, stood up and voluntarily working groups to help address poor performance and try to come up with common sense solutions to improve efficiencies. And I think that's something the committee should promote to allow the private sector and labor unions to come up with a lot of those solutions. And I say this because as Puerto Rico, many people know, we depend on the port industry. We depend on everything that's been shipped to Puerto Rico. And right now, we've been facing from August to now, a lot of a strike in one of the ports from the international shipment going to the island. So we do know firsthand how issues like automation and efficiencies are important. And in that sense, I know Mr. Cordero is not with us anymore, but I do have some questions, and I will begin with Mr. Spear. Mr. Spear, I appreciate your testimony highlighting the need for workforce development. And to address workforce development and increase safety, I have introduced HR 1967, which will allow Puerto Rico to issue commercial driver's licenses to truck drivers in Puerto Rico, and it will require drivers to increase their skills while operating a motor carrier and give anyone moving to or from Puerto Rico license that they will use anywhere in the country. I ask your organization to review this legislation for their support, but I haven't received an answer yet, either way. Can you give a response to my office?
I absolutely will get you a response to your office expeditiously.
Thank you. And because I serve in this committee and we have experienced what happened in Puerto Rico with the devastation of hurricanes and of course the earthquakes last year, the infrastructure network was devastated. And we don't know how important and critical roads and bridges are for those connections and port operations as well. The American Society of Civil Engineers decided that Puerto Rico need more than $3 billion to bring our network just to a good repair. And you say that you advocate for $5 billion in annual funding to address bottlenecks. And I assume that this is to ensure competitive but efficient use of those funds in the whole nation. My concern at this time is how we get, we approved the infrastructure bill a few days ago. The president signed it, but there's still a lot of areas that we can improve with the proper information using technology. And one of those is having and getting real-time port metrics that can help the industry to schedule accordingly to make the whole system efficient as possible. One of those is using technology. And my question to you is, you agree to using real-time reporting from ports to know, we were discussing a few minutes ago the problem with chassis in several ports. There would be a shortage of in Port of Los Angeles, but a surplus in the Port of Long Beach, we got the same situations. We got many surpluses of those chassis as well. Can you share your comments on that?
Congresswoman, who's the question posed to?
To you and to Mrs. Reinke.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I think as we've been discussing, making certain that we have, more technology that provides that transparency is really a good investment in innovation and transparency and efficiencies. And these are all things that intermodal need to coordinate on and ensure happen going forward. So I think there's quite a bit of improvements that can be made to really alleviate some of the pressures we're seeing from shortages in talent. So I think if you can offset that with technology, that's a good solution.
Thank you. And I will submit some questions for the record, but I would love to have Mr. Jeffries tell me if there are any deregulatory actions that could alleviate the burden on freight railroads.
Well, I think I would say more regulatory modernization is the goal. Let's really think about how we can utilize technology to maximize safety, maximize efficiency, and it should be a cooperative effort. Sometimes there's a knee-jerk reaction against deploying new technologies and building data sets to demonstrate that there is a safety improvement, but it's something that we should all be working towards the same end, and that's safety, that's efficiency, that's service. And so let's look at ways to modernize the regulatory paradigm that really enables us to thrive with technology. Thank you.
My time expired.
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez Colon. That ends the questions by the members, but it doesn't end the comment that the chair and the chairman of the committee wants to make with regard to the witnesses. Mr. Cordero from Long Beach, Mr. Spear with the American Trucking Association, Mr. Jeffries from the American Railroads, and Ms. Reineke, Mr. Corello, and Mr. Reagan. All of you have been at this for 5 hours, and we owe you a debt of gratitude for the information that you've delivered to the committee. The committee takes this issue extremely serious, and we'll be looking for short-term and long-term solutions. And with that, I would like to ask unanimous consent that the record of today's hearing remain open until such time as our witnesses have provided answers to any questions that may have been submitted to them in writing. I also ask unanimous consent that the record remain open for 15 days for any additional comments and information submitted by the members or witnesses to be included in the record of today's hearing. Without objection, so ordered. With that, the committee stands adjourned. Thank you.